Recording in progress.
I'll allow a moment of silent prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Honorable members, I'd like to indicate at the outset that some of the honorable members of the NCOP, together with the Honorable Chairperson and the Honorable Chief Whip, are not in the House today again because they are seized with the JSC interviews that they are doing at the moment. So I'd like to record those apologies. Honorable delegates, I'd like to remind delegates that rules, in particular sub-rules 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 would apply today. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, I would like to welcome the Honorable Minister for Home Affairs, the Deputy Minister for Home Affairs, the Minister of Transport, and the Deputy Minister will be joining us later, all permanent delegates, MECs, all special delegates, and SALGA representatives to our House. We welcome them, and we know that we always appreciate their presence and their interaction in the NCOP. Honorable delegates, I've been informed that there'll be no notices of motions or motions without notice today. Honorable delegates, we shall now proceed with the first order, that is the consideration of a report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice. The ATC of that report was done on the 2nd of June 2025, and that report deals with the confirmation of the suspension from office of Magistrate Ms. R. Govender, District Court Magistrate in Limpopo, on the grounds of misconduct in terms of Section 13(4)(a)(1) of the Magistrates Act of 1993. That is Act number 90 of 1993, and referred to the committee on 1st April 2025, dated 28th May 2025. Honorable delegates, I now call upon the Honorable J.S. Mananiso, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, to present the report for 10 minutes. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Greetings, Minister and Deputy Minister on the visual platform. Greetings to all honorable members from SALGA, and greetings to all MECs on the platform and honorable members in the House. And let me greet as well my visitors from SBS Studio. Minister, as I said, they always do you as a case study in terms of home affairs issues. So they are here today. Honorable Deputy Chair, the Select Committee on Security and Justice on the confirmation of suspension from Office of Magistrate of Ms. R. Govender, a District Court Magistrate at Linyenye, Limpopo, on the grounds of misconduct in terms of Section 13(4)(a)(I) of the Magistrate Act 1993, Act number 90 of 1993, and referred to the committee on 1st April 2025, dated 28 May 2025. There is an old saying that goes, "The rope magnifies the conduct." Its meaning is that judges and magistrates alike must be held to higher ethical standards if they are to keep the trust and confidence of the people they serve. Holding judicial officers accountable for their conduct can preserve public confidence in the judiciary. Our Constitution is founded on, among others, the rule of law, supremacy of the Constitution, and multi-party system of democratic government to ensure accountability and openness. Appropriate checks and balances are important ingredients to the democracy. To ensure that there is no an ever concentration of power, thus composition of the Magistrate Commission envisages cooperation in the appointment, suspension and removal of magistrate between all three arms of government, including other stakeholders such as the legal profession and academia. Former Chief Justice Sandile Ngobo described public confidence in the judiciary as a vital to preserve of the rule of law and ultimately to preserve our constitution democracy. Ngobo CJ endorsed the famous observation that the judiciary has neither sought nor passed, but only the confidence of the public. Honorable Chairperson, meaning that the public recognizes legitimacy of judicial decision, even if it disagrees with the content. Absent such public confidence, people may abandon the courts and resort to self-help. The more the public respect and heeds the importance of court decisions, recognizing that their content broadly reflect the moral conviction of the community, the more legitimate the courts become an institution. Ms. R. Govenda was permanently appointed as a district court magistrate at Linyenye Magistrate Court on 1st February 2018, Deputy Chair. The misconduct charges proffered against Ms. Govenda stem from criminal where the presiding officer, Judge Kanyako, ruled that a copy of the judgment be forwarded to the Magistrate Commission for its attention. According to the judgment, Ms. Govenda was dishonest, her behavior inappropriate, and brought the name of the magistrate into disrepute. As Batswana ba tlhola ba bua ba re, ha re se ke motho re se ka molato. In this case, re se ka molato, ha re se ke motho. Ms. Govenda misconduct on the 30th August 2023 served her with a charge sheet and a provisional letter on suspension dated 24 August 2023. Ms. Govenda was charged with contravening, among others, the Magistrate Act of 1993, the regulations for judicial officials of the lower courts, and the Code of Judicial Conduct for magistrates on the basis that she's changed an accused plea of guilty to not guilty and acquitted and accused without a trial taking place. Willfully and unlawfully provided false or incorrect statement to the reviewing judges that gave a picture that shows that on the 9th September 2019, there was a full-blown trial for the whole day. And thereafter, the matter was postponed. In fact, Magistrate Govenda knew and ought to have known that she acquitted the accused without a trial taking place, to the prejudice of the administration of justice. The commission invited Ms. Govenda to make presentation as to why it should not recommend a provisional suspension from the office, but she did not address the issue of her possible suspension or the charges against her. In this regard, and elected at the allegations against her of such a serious nature as to make it appropriate for her to further perform the functions of the magistrate. Honorable Deputy Chair, following advice of the Commission on the 20th of December 2023, the Minister decided to professionally suspend Ms. R. Govenda from office with immediate effect, pending the outcome of the misconduct hearing into her fitness to hold office. Ms. Govenda was served with the notice of the misconduct hearing for 28 and the 29 February 2024, which was served on her personally. Ms. Govenda did not attend the misconduct hearing on the 28 and 29 February 2024. The judicial presiding officer made an order in terms of the regulation 2614A that the misconduct hearing must proceed in terms of the absence of Ms. Govenda. Honorable members, the judicial presiding officer was satisfied that proper notice of hearing had been handed to Ms. Govenda and that she was aware of the misconduct hearing. Judgment was handed down by the judicial presiding officer on the 4th of April 2024, and Ms. Govenda was found guilty of misconduct as per charge sheet. On the 5th of June 2024, the Judicial Presiding Officer imposed a sanction recommending that Ms. Govenda be removed from office as contemplated in Section 13(4)(a)(I) of the Act. The National Assembly and National Council of Provinces confirmed Ms. Govenda's suspension on the 14th and 9 May of 2024. Respectively, as the Select Committee, we have raised our concern at the long suspension of some magistrates while on full pay. Ms. Govenda's case has been running for a long time at the expense of the administration of justice and the fiscus. We encourage Magistrate Commission to utilize the full extent of the law to resolve the disciplinary matters expeditiously. Those entrusted with responsibility should always be mindful of what William Shakespeare said, "Uneasy is the head that wears a crown." Those charged with major responsibility carry a heavy burden and should always be mindful of their conduct. The conduct of magistrates should always be beyond approach if we are to ensure public confidence in the judiciary. As the committee, anonymously so, we supported the removal of Ms. Govenda on the basis that we are for consequence management now in our lifetime and forever. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso, for that comprehensive report. We now proceed to voting, and I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they wish to do so. And you will have 3 minutes to make your declaration. Are there any provinces that would like to make a declaration? I don't see any hands, so we shall now move on to voting. I now call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. I shall start with the Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. The Eastern Cape, the province of the legends, vote for.
Thank you. The Free State.
Honorable Chairperson, the Central Province vote in favor of the report.
Thank you. Gauteng.
Thank you, Chair. Gauteng, the home of province. Esgapanyaza, hoi hoi, we support.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal.
Chairperson, I was in KwaZulu-Natal supports the report.
Thank you, Honorable Kaunda. Limpopo.
The province of Limpopo is in support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Chairperson, Mpumalanga lang kumakhona ilanga siyayisekela le report.
Thank you. Northern Cape.
Thanks, Chair. I cannot disappoint Mananiso, bright and beautiful. Northern Cape, we support. Thank you.
Thank you. Northwest Province.
Thank you, Chair. As Northwest, we support.
Thank you. Western Cape.
Thank you, Chair. The well-run province of the Western Cape will support.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the voting is now closed, and I can announce that all 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, we shall now proceed to the second order of the day, and that is a policy debate on Budget Vote 5, Home Affairs, Appropriation Bill B16 of 2025. And I now call upon the Honorable Minister Schreiber to address the House in this debate. Honorable Schreiber, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson, to the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, the Honourable Njabulo Nzuza, other members of the Executive, my dear Chairperson of the Select Committee on Justice, Security, the Honourable Jane Mananiso, Honourable members of the Select Committee, the Director General of the Department of Home Affairs, Mr. Tommy Makode, the Chairperson of the Independent Electoral Commission, Mr. Masoto Moyepia, the CEO of Government Printing Works, Ms. Alina Fossi, the Commissioner of the Border Management Authority, Dr. Mike Masiapato, as well as honourable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today marks exactly to the day 1 year since the Government of National Unity took office at the Ministry of Home Affairs. It is therefore apt for us to start by reflecting on just how far we have already come in these past 12 months. It has indeed been a year of remarkable progress for the entire Home Affairs ecosystem. What makes it even more striking is that we have managed to achieve this progress together in the very department that has often been derided as the epitome of government failure. When I assumed this office chair a year ago, most people responded by calling it a poisoned chalice. When we started mapping our 5-year vision to deliver Home Affairs at home through digital transformation, some called it pie in the sky. Today, I am here to confidently report back to this House that the progress we have made over the past 12 months by working as one team with one dream has exceeded the expectations of those cynics and of optimists alike. Here are just a few highlights from this past year. We cleared a backlog of over 306,000 visa applications dating back more than a decade. We produced and delivered just under 3.6 million smart IDs, surpassing the previous annual record by nearly 500,000. We deployed advanced drone and body camera technology at the border for the first time, leading to an increase of up to 215% in the detection and prevention of attempted illegal border crossings. We launched Operation New Broom as part of an intensified focus on restoring the rule of law, contributing to over 46,000 deportations, the highest figure in more than 5 years, and more deportations than countries like France and Germany combined. We launched the Trusted Tour Operator Scheme to boost tourism from the major source markets of China and India, where South Africa has underperformed for many years. We recognized Muslim marriages on Home Affairs marriage certificates for the very first time. We enabled over 1.4 million naturalized citizens and permanent residents to apply for and obtain secure smart IDs for the very first time. We activated the Immigration Advisory Board for the first time in a decade by appointing a diverse group of seasoned experts to help shape better policies. And this group is led by Chairperson Mavuso Msimang. We dismissed 37 crooked officials and launched the dedicated Border Management and Immigration Anti-Corruption Forum that brings together law enforcement, the Special Investigating Unit, the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigations, and the National Prosecuting Authority to ensure that corrupt officials and fraudsters are put behind bars where they belong. Our anti-corruption work has led to the conviction of 8 of these offenders, with sentences ranging from 4 to 18 years in prison. And in that same 12 months, we built a working prototype of the electronic travel authorization system that will digitalize the visa process from beginning to end, eliminating corruption and inefficiency altogether. Honourable members, if this is what Home Affairs could do in just 1 year, imagine what we can do in 5. Already, the reforms that are underway at the Department of Home Affairs, the Border Management Authority, and Government Printing Works is rendering these organizations unrecognizably better. And the reforms we will deliver in the next 12 months will begin to redefine the quality of services that South Africans should expect from their government. All of these reforms are ultimately guided by one apex priority, which is to use digital transformation to deliver home affairs at home. The end point of all of these reforms and everything that we will discuss today, Chair, is to enable both South Africans and legitimate visitors to apply and obtain enabling documents online, including in digital format, from the comfort of their own homes. Let's start with immigration. By the end of September this year, we will begin the rollout of the digital ETA system for tourist visas, starting with travelers arriving by air at OR Tambo and Cape Town international airports. Over time, the ETA will be expanded to more visa categories and rolled out at more ports of entry. The scale-up of this project will continue until no person can enter South Africa without first obtaining a digital visa through the ETA. The days of pieces of paper, the days of handwritten visa documents are coming to an end before our eyes because we are tired of corruption, we are tired of fraud, and we are tired of illegal immigration.
Yeah.
This ETA system completely eliminates the space for interference, for corruption, or for delays by using machine learning and the latest technology to automate application, adjudication, and communication of all visa processes. To make the ETA work optimally, we must also link it to all ports of entry so that no person can enter our country unless their biometrics are recorded and match those on their applications. No more fake passports, no more fake documents. We will use technology to defeat this scourge. All of this will be supported by the supplementary white paper on citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection to create a fit-for-purpose policy framework to embed this digital transformation and anti-corruption reforms. We know we can do this. We know we can deliver the ETA because of how much we've already achieved in this space. Sometimes when numbers speak for themselves, it's best not to interrupt. 17,000. That's the number of Chinese and Indian tourists who have obtained visas to visit our shores just since February 2025, after we tailor-made the online trusted tour operator scheme to cater to the preference of tourists in these two source markets who often travel in groups. 1,230 is the number of estimated jobs created just by these TTOS tourists, using Operation Vulindlela's research, which shows that one new job is created for every 13 tourists who visit South Africa. 65 is the small number of tour operators that have joined TTOS during the first phase of its rollout, and yet this is what we've already achieved. 246 is the number of software engineers that have been accepted into the country by just one company via the Trusted Employer Scheme that allows qualifying companies to verify documents of skilled workers they wish to bring to South Africa, shortening the adjudication process. 147, that's the number of nuclear engineers that were brought in by Eskom to restore the Koeberg nuclear power station, stabilizing the national electricity grid and directly contributing to positive economic activity. And it is Home Affairs reforms that facilitated that skill coming into South Africa. 71 is the number of companies that are currently participating in the Trusted Employer Scheme, ranging from car manufacturers, mines, banks, service industries, and telecommunications. It is also my pleasure to announce to this House today that we have completed the second intake for the Trusted Tour Operator Scheme, with another 45 companies selected to bring even more tourists to our shores through this secure digital visa system. And after demonstrating the electronic travel authorization to President Cyril Ramaphosa recently, I can confirm, Chair, that we are on track to launch this world-class innovation by the end of September to coincide with the G20 leaders meeting later this year. This ETA will not only revolutionize the security and efficiency of South Africa's visa system, The fact that we are launching it at this major moment for our country around the G20 is a signal of our country's ascendance to a new level on the global stage, as a country that is forward-looking and that embraces the power of digital transformation to resolve societal challenges. In the age of AI, the need for governments to build digital public infrastructure has never been more urgent to ensure that South Africa does not get left behind in this emerging new world. And Home Affairs is proud to be at the forefront of this effort. The same digital transformation strategy that is set to drive much greater access and inclusion for immigration is set to do the same for civic services in South Africa, while also dramatically improving the quality of these services. Over the next year, South Africans will gain access to Home Affairs services in many more locations. The department is finalizing the technical and administrative arrangements to dramatically expand the highly successful pilot project that has provided smart ID and passport services in 30 bank branches for almost a decade. It is now time to expand and build on that. Through digital transformation, we will make Home Affairs services accessible through banks' IT platforms, enabling these services to be provided ultimately at 1,000 bank branches, as envisaged by the medium-term development plan. Honourable members, imagine what it means for South Africa if suddenly you have 1,000 more locations where you can obtain these services. Shorter queues, more options, better services. But the best part is that this same process will also culminate in making Home Affairs services available digitally through the same online banking applications that South Africans already use to buy electricity, data, and renew a vehicle license. Before we speak again at such a budget debate, honourable members, you will see the Home Affairs logo on your smartphone. Honourable Chair, we are also investing in the foundation of all of this work. And that involves investments to upgrade the National Population Register. This database is foundational to every single government service and every single private sector service in our country. But for more than a decade, since a verification service was launched to use the NPR for these purposes, the underpricing of the NPR's verification service has deprived Home Affairs of the resources required to upgrade and maintain this system. This underinvestment has led to a situation where more than half of all verification requests now fail altogether, directly threatening government services like social grant delivery and the financial services sector. The cost of this system being offline can be measured, and it tells a scary story. During the past 5 years of the previous administration, 41,000 working hours were lost because the National Population Register was down, overwhelmed, and lacking investment. This is 4 times more than the working hours lost at Home Affairs due to load shedding. Just imagine the impact, honourable members. That is why the department has now built substantial upgrades to this verification service and has gazetted a new price structure that sets a cost-reflective price for real-time verifications during peak hours at 10 Rand, while introducing an off-peak, low-cost alternative for batch transactions costing just 1 Rand. We have not adjusted this pricing structure out of malice. We have done it in the national interest. And I can report today that it is already working as intended. In the past, it cost 15 cents to use this critical government service. It was literally taking money away from the state's ability to upgrade the service, and it was forcing taxpayers to subsidize it. We have ended that. Now, as a result of that, I can report that we have already successfully onboarded government's entire justice cluster to this new upgraded verification service. This includes key public sector entities like the South African Social Security Administration, the South African Police Service, and the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. Chair, whereas previously 50% of the verifications failed completely and the other half usually took up to 24 hours to respond, I can report that government's own justice cluster is now successfully processing over 180,000 transactions per day through our new service, and it consistently delivers results in less than 1 second. That is what we are building. Additionally, 3 major private sector users have already transitioned onto this new service as well. One private sector user has already, since it went live on the 1st of July, processed over 1 million records through the new off-peak option that would previously all have gone into the real-time queue, and that would have caused the system to go offline. That reform is directly contributing to a more stable national population register for all users. Taken together, these reforms are set to improve service delivery and reduce waiting times at Home Affairs offices, while also providing South Africans with many more options to obtain critical enabling documents. Another key element of implementing Home Affairs at home is to enable doorstep courier delivery of enabling documents to applicants. This service is already being designed and will rely on cutting-edge facial recognition technology to ensure we deliver the right document to the rightful owner every single time, while eliminating the need for you to stand in a queue just to collect an ID or a passport. These reforms all lay down markers on our road towards building South Africa's first ever digital ID system. We are creating a policy foundation for digital ID that will allow the department to shift its paper-based documents and services onto digital platforms. The policy will also enable the framework to verify such documents and create the space for the safe use of digital ID. The department will then be able to issue and verify e-passports, e-birth certificates, and digital IDs. This year, we will send the draft digital identity policy to Cabinet for approval to conduct public hearings. At a technology level, the department is now working closely with the South African Reserve Bank, which is a certification authority, to develop a robust digital identity system based on facial recognition. Honourable Chairperson, I am tabling a budget of 11 billion rand for the Department of Home Affairs, whose baseline increases by 231 million in 2025-26, 1.2 billion in 26-27, and 369 million in 27-28, to fund mainly the Border Management Authority and the 2026 local government elections. I must stress that the 2025-26 budget for the Border Management Authority is just 1.7 billion rand, growing only to 1.8 billion rand next year and 1.9 billion in 2027-28. This is clearly and completely inadequate for the BMA, and we are considering other revenue streams to support the BMA to ensure that they secure our borders for development. But we need the support of this House to make sure we adequately capacitate this important institution. The Independent Electoral Commission has been provided with additional funding of 885 million rand in 2026-27 to cover costs associated with the 2026 local government elections. Their budget is 2.1 billion rand for this financial year. Honourable Chair, I believe that Home Affairs is on the most exciting reform journey our democracy has ever seen. We are guided in everything we do by our apex priority of digital transformation, and this clear focus is enabling us to systematically solve problems that have plagued our country for many years. If we can make Home Affairs work better, we will restore the hope that all of South Africa can work better. The work that we do in Home Affairs is important because we also want to help raise expectations. Home Affairs delivered during the first year of this administration, and we are determined to make our second year even more impactful by delivering the exciting innovations I have described today. But the most important point is that if we can do it, then so can others. And citizens must begin to demand from political leaders that we move with greater urgency to implement modernization and reform. In fact, probably the single greatest thing holding South Africa back is complacency and a lack of urgency in the face of tremendous challenges. At Team Home Affairs, we are working to defeat complacency and to embrace urgency, because the reforms that South Africa needs to prosper cannot be delayed a day longer. It is this commitment to do the hard work together that sets Home Affairs apart. With every day that passes, we take another collective step towards achieving our goal of using digital transformation to deliver dignity for all. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Schreiber.
Take note, ANC.
Thank you very much for your in-depth report to this House, which is most welcome. And I must say also from my side, I want to convey my thanks to Mr. Zondi from your office, who assisted me in quite a few issues that I've taken to him concerning Home Affairs. So convey my thanks to him. Honorable delegates, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome in the House. We have some guests there. That is Mr. Zake Blackhouse, who is studying BA International Studies, and Mr. Luke Skelding, who is doing BSc Biodiversity and Ecology, both studying at the Stellenbosch University. We welcome you to the House, and they are the guests of Honorable Badenhorst. We now move on with our speakers list, and the next speaker is the chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, the Honorable Jane Mananiso.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. And let me stand on the protocol that the Minister has established. Setswana sere maka ana le maoto a makhutshwane. Ha ke rile yalo ke feditse. Deputy Chair, let me start by acknowledging the work done by the 6th Administration. And as the Select Committee, we want to affirm that we have started where they have left. The 7th Administration is not the new government, but is the ANC GNU-led government. So we are starting where the 6th Administration has left. Honorable members, Deputy Chairperson, can you deal with the guy on my left-hand side? Honorable member here.
You are protected. And I'll ask Honorable Badenhorst to please tone it down and allow the speaker on the platform to continue.
Chair, I appreciate that. I thought sledging was allowed, but I'll take it. Thank you very much.
No, sledging is allowed, but not so loudly, Honorable Badenhorst. Continue, Honorable Mananiso.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Let me speak to fellow South Africans, and I want to affirm them that we are supporting this budget because it speaks on issues of inequality, poverty, and unemployment, nothing else. We are participating in the policy debate of the Department of Home Affairs and its entities to communicate our unwavering support for the budget vote. The Select Committee on Security and Justice has considered the strategic plans and annual performance plans of the Department of Home Affairs, the BMA, and as well GPW. The Department of Home Affairs is critical in providing identity documents, birth certificate, marriage certificate, passport, as well as the death certificate. So this means that, as Honorable Motswaredi has always said, the department takes care of citizens from cradle to grave. As the ANC, we outline in our manifesto that we commit to put our people to work as part of our job plan. We committed to build our industries to achieve inclusive growth. And we have also committed to build a capable developmental state. Therefore, the Department of Home Affairs is central in enabling our country to realize the commitments as outlined in the ANC manifesto. The department has been allocated 11 billion for the 2025-2026 financial year. The key strategic focus of the department includes digitalization of services, the launch of a modern electronic travel authorization driven by AI and machine learning to automate tourist and short-stay visas, as well as building the first components of digital identity to eliminate identity fraud, expand social and financial inclusion, and ensure access for all at a touch. Hence, we are supporting this budget. The Select Committee highlighted the following key issues during its deliberations. concerns in respect of backlogs and long queues, and the urgent need for this matter to be addressed, particularly for the elderly persons and persons living with disabilities. The importance of Home Affairs services in deep rural areas, we encourage the department to roll out mobile services to reach all citizens and to ensure that technology does not leave those who are unable to access technology behind. And we have requested the minister to work with the CDWs in all the provinces. We encourage the department to move with speed in conducting inspections at spaza shops, but a key recommendation from our committee was for the department to include big construction companies and enhance coordination with municipalities to enforce license cancellation for non-compliant businesses. Minister, on this one, you need to rope in mayors, speakers to ensure that this thing happens. We are alive to the concerns of South Africans when it comes to the management and control of immigration. We firstly wish to make a point that people of the world are welcome to come to South Africa as tourists, as people whose skills our economy required, and as people who want to invest in our economy and thus contribute to economic growth and job creation. It is important, however, that migration should happen within the parameters of the law, and everyone should have the necessary legal travel documents. We reiterate the recommendation by the Select Committee on Security and Justice, honorable members and fellow South Africans, that the department should expedite the filling of vacancies in the provinces of the Northern Cape and Gauteng and find a balance between digitalization and human resource to avoid understaffing during the transition. So here we have emphasized, Honorable Khatebe, that it shouldn't be 18 to 35. It must speak as well to 35 and above and persons with disability. The department should maintain regular mobile services, especially in underserviced areas like Sasolburg and remote regions of the Western Cape and Eastern Cape. Tate Peter, as the Eastern Cape is a fundala, kuti maingene na in terms of our plans we Home Affairs. So sikala kuti we sekele budget. The department should monitor and improve service reliability of mobile units across provinces and expand its footprint in rural areas. We encourage all departments within our cluster to implement lifestyle audits and appropriate vetting processes to ensure that transparency and accountability within the security and justice space. At this point, it is important that we should applaud the government in the SIC administration, I repeat, for implementing BMA Act that led to establish of the BMA to manage and control our borders, especially within the ports of entry. Since its establishment, the BMA has been able to intercept the illegal movement of persons and goods across our ports of entry. The BMA has also now implemented the use of drones, which is very welcome in the management of the vast borderline. We were informed that the drones are capable of detecting movement at night and during the day, which serves to enhance security at our borders. And I must say, Deputy Chair, during my visit to Mozambique, I did experience a safety environment at the borders. We raise our concern regarding the budget allocation to the BMA. The BMA has a total budget of 1.8 billion in the current financial year. A business case has been presented to the National Treasury outlining the needed funding to sustain the BMA. We urge the government and in particular the National Treasury to continue engaging with the BMA to find means and ways of providing the required budget allocation to the BMA. We hope that, Minister, you'll consistently communicate with the National Treasury so that you get the necessary support. Any mandate needs budget for it to happen. The committee expressed this key recommendation for the BMA. There is an urgent need for an increase in funding and resourcing for the BMA to procure more drones and upgrade digital infrastructure. This will enable broader and more effective border surveillance, particularly under-resourced areas like the Lesotho and Free State border. The BMA must enhance anti-corruption measures by maintaining a proactive stance on ethics, training, and workshops, but supplement with robust vetting and, when feasible, and lifestyle audit. I think you can have a meeting with Honorable Panyaza Lisufi with regards to this issue of lifestyle audit, because we have started as Gauteng. The overall budget of the GPW has slightly increased by 5.5% from 1.7 billion in the previous year to 1.8 billion in 2025-2026. GPW's strategy and focus for 2025-2026 includes developing a business case on digital identity and conceptualize a new passport series in collaboration with the DHA. Expanding its footprint in SADC and other African countries to inform them of the GPW products and service offerings. Minister, I must tell you, with regards to GPW, we really appreciate their business model of ensuring that we are known all over the country. GPW is preparing its infrastructure to meet the increased demand for smart ID cards and e-passport as green ID books, and as well, GPW is modernizing its infrastructure to keep up with the increasing demand. Committee recommendation, Honorable Chairperson, Minister, and Honorable Members, the committee encouraged the GPW to prepare effectively for increased demand for smart ID cards and e-passport by optimizing production lines, introducing overnight shift, and as well recruiting additional staff as needed. We really mean business by the issue of creating job opportunities. The overnight can create job opportunities, and I hope some of the department will actually get this idea so that we speak on issues of unemployment. The committee encouraged the department to monitor and address backlogs through regular engagement and coordination with the Department of Home Affairs to promptly identify and resolve and production of service backlog. Honorable Minister and Honorable Deputy Chair, I must say one of the issues that we elaborated more on is the cadet program. Minister, I want to say to you, when you do opening recruitment for that cadet program, you must make sure that all races are actually included, not accommodated. The word accommodate is something that we don't speak of in our committee because we are very clear on the transformation agenda. So the issue of every race being included on the cadet program is what we are saying that we are actually supporting this budget for, number one. Number two, as I said, persons with disability in terms of opportunities, because we have those who are professionals that can be put into internship programs and other employment opportunity, Minister. We want those particular people to be included. And as well, Minister, I want to say to you, you must not be politically conflicted. You see, when you deal with Home Affairs, we are dealing with the security of the country. We are your people, and if you focus on the ball of ensuring that we are taking care from birth to grave, that's better life for all, not for the few. So we are supporting this particular budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. The next speaker to take the podium will be the Honorable Billy. You have 8 minutes.
The Deputy Chair, the Minister, I do want to apologize on behalf of the committee chairperson. I think she was so overwhelmed by the great progress that's being made that she was confused, that she was not speaking for the ANC, but for the committee. But I apologize on her behalf, Minister and the chairperson. Chairperson, I'm quite excited to participate in this historic moment. It is historic for me because for the very first time, we are seeing great progress being made in this department after years of neglect and inefficiencies. And we thank the South African people, the voters, who said enough is enough. For the very first time, we have a minister that is directly tackling challenges that for years under the ANC government have been ignored. We've had ministers of offline, and for the first time, we've got Minister of Action. Today, we consider a budget that is a strategic plan for the Department of Home Affairs that signals not just intent, but action, decisive action to build a capable, ethical, and technologically advanced state. Allow me to start by commending the Minister, Dr. Leon Schreiber, and the entire leadership of the department for the bold strides taken in realizing a digitally transformed Home Affairs that is accessible, efficient, and accessible. The Minister did speak about the teamwork that's going on there and mentioned this Deputy Minister Nzuza. Chairperson, the reality is that over the past year, we've witnessed the rollout of a number of game-changing innovations in this department. And some of these include the expansion of Home Affairs at Home, a mobile and tech-based service delivery platform, which is bringing ID and passport services directly to homes, offices, schools, and rural areas. The continued replacement of green barcoded ID book with Smart ID, a secure biometric document that strengthens identity verification and prevents fraud. The modernization of the e-visa application system, making it easier for tourists, business visitors, and skilled professionals to enter South Africa, boosting tourism and investment in our country. The use of drones and surveillance technology along our borders, particularly through the Border Management Authority, to disrupt illegal crossings and enhance our national security. And critically, the commitment to digitizing over 350 million civic paper records, a monumental task that will significantly reduce waiting times, fraud, and streamline identity verification processes. Chairperson, Minister, these successes reflect a department that is not stuck in the past, but boldly stepping into the future. A department that understands a modern South Africa demands modern services and is working hard to deliver them. Again, we must thank the people of South Africa who said enough is enough. But Chairperson and Minister, I must raise a note of caution. For all this progress, there is one recurring obstacle that threatens to derail our digital ambitions, the State Information Technology Agency, which is SITA. SITA continues to be a bottleneck for innovation, whether it's delays in procuring critical IC infrastructure, failures in maintaining core systems, or inflated costs for basic services. SITA is too often the anchor weighing down departments ready to fly, like this one. Why must a department that has a vision and technical capacity to digitize its systems wait months, even years, for SITA to deliver what the private sector could deliver in weeks? Why must Home Affairs officials in Emangozi or Matatiela still struggle with a broken system because SITA has failed to maintain connectivity or security upgrades? Chairperson, if we are truly committed to service delivery, we must rethink SITA's role in digital government. We must open the doors to innovation, competition, and agility. Home Affairs must be empowered to procure, build, and maintain its own digital infrastructure in a manner that is secure, accountable, and free from bureaucratic delays. We need a new digital procurement model, Minister, one that empowers departments to move at the speed of technology, not the speed of outdated bureaucracy like offline ministers of the past. Honorable members, the strategic plans before us speak of transformation, of service delivery, security, and modernization. But this cannot be achieved if we continue to place innovation in the hands of a system that cannot deliver. Let us recognize the excellence demonstrated by the department led by the Democratic Alliance. Let us recognize the Border Management Authority, the government printing works, from the biometric movement control systems at ports of entry to the cutting-edge document verification tools piloted in the GPW. This is a sector that is ready to lead, and the reforms that the minister has spoken at length about. What they need now, honorable members, is support to move faster, not permission to move slower like your ministers of offline. Chairperson, we in the DA support digital innovation. We know it is the key to unlocking opportunity, dignity, and trust in government.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Farmer, what is your point of order? Honorable Billy, take your seat, please.
I stand on Rule 61(1)(b).
Yes, go ahead.
The honourable member just made a point that the department is led by the DA. I want just to that be corrected because that's a blatant lie. It's led by the Government of National Unity.
Honorable Farmer, you are out of order because he didn't say that the government is led by the DA. He said that the department is led by the DA. So listen carefully before you stand on a point of order. Honorable Billy, can you continue, please?
You want 100 rand note for that?
It's painful, but we will continue to move forward. Chairperson, as I was saying, that we in the DA support digital innovation because we know it is the key to unlocking opportunity, dignity, and trust in government. The Department of Home Affairs, through its revised plans and strategic clarity, is showing that transformation is possible. And now is the time to act, to remove roadblocks like CETA, to invest in digital infrastructure, to ensure that every South African, no matter where they live, they have access to fast, secure, and reliable identity services. Honorable members, let us support the great effort and commitment shown by Dr. Leon, the leadership of the Department of Home Affairs. Let us help them tackle head-on the historical inefficiencies like long queues, system offline, and illegal movement of our people in our country, like illegal immigration. And the minister has spoken at length about the reforms that are coming, including ETA and the digital visas that the department is putting in place. Honorable members, let us fund not only the budget before us, but the future of South Africa deserves us to support this. Many would want to say that it's from the 6th administration, but the least that they can do, honorable members, is to take accountability, is to show leadership so that they can be able to self-reflect, self-correct, and not seek to take credit for what does not belong to them. I thank you.
Well done. Well done. Well done, Lord. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Billy. The next contributor is the Honorable Machobeni. Honorable Member, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Sorry about my voice. I've got flu. Firstly, let's greet the CIC of the Gallant Movement, President Julius Malema, and the commissars. Greetings to you, Deputy Chair, honorable members, Minister, the staff, and all South Africans. Firstly, Minister, Chairperson, before I start my debate, let me first wish the Gallant Movement of our people is turning 12 years on the 26th of July, 2025. Then we will call all our supporters to come and join us in Khayelitsha Stadium to celebrate our movement. Chairperson, Honorable Mananiso, you know my cry in the select committee. As the EFF, I'm standing here, will reject this budget. We reject the budget of department, which is easily the most disastrous of all government departments in the country. This is a tragic observation to make as a Department of Home Affairs is mandated with the management of citizenship
and Civil Registration International, Migration and Refugee Protection. It is a key enabler of national security, citizen empowerment, efficient administration, and socio-economic development, functions which must be managed securely and strategically. From birth registration to identity document application, from processing marriages to registering deaths, from registering those who came in and out of the country, to work with other state institutions. With overlapping competencies, the Department of Home Affairs has fumbled it all. We know this to be true, as when children are left behind by their birth mothers and left in the care of their grandmothers or guardians, without having been registered at birth, they often experience huge challenges in obtaining their birth certificates, since the role of the department is that a child should be registered by birth mother. We know this to be true, as when children are left behind by the birth mothers and left in care of their grandmothers, without having been registered at birth, they often experience huge challenges in obtaining their birth certificates. In case where the whereabouts of either birth parent is unknown, the child is rendered a disadvantage, because this means that they cannot get admitted in schools and cannot apply for SASSA grants. It is true. Either this year, a 41-year-old man in Cape Town, Mr. Donald Ibrahims, detailed his 20-year-old battle with this department, tried to get an identity document after he had lost his back then when he was a child. The man spent 20 years jumping through hurdles proving his identity, visiting several Home Affairs offices in Cape Town, submitting fingerprints on numerous occasions, including the identification documents belong to his parents, as well as even going as far as providing the department with a sample of his blood for DNA. But still, after all those efforts, he will still without an ID in his hand until the medical intervened. Minister, why is it that in the year 2025, the department cannot try and meet guardians halfway so as to register a child's birth certificate in case where all avenues to locate the birth mothers have been exhausted? Even in instances where the department makes an error or a misprint on ID card birth certificate, it is often a nightmare just to try and fix it. Chairperson, thousands of people in rural areas have no access to Home Affairs services. I'm not lying, Chairperson. I'm telling the honest truth. Yes. In areas such as Mbashe municipality, where I come from, in the Eastern Cape, there are no Home Affairs offices. As a result, Mbashe has had resort to leading the department a whole so that they can conduct their duties. The EFF reject this budget, as even in areas where Home Affairs offices do actually exist, the department are often short-staffed. As my area, there's a challenge of short-staffed. As a result, services rendered by the department are often unsatisfactory. Chairperson, we were also concerned to learn how there is a growing number of cases under investigation in this department. There are at least 805 cases of corruption that have been investigated over past 3 years in this department, with the most common these cases being cases which involve fraudulent identity documents and birth registration across provinces, with 17 officials identified for irregularity processing and issuing study visas. And we are also gravely concerned to learn of how Home Affairs officials are involved in identifying fraud and marriages of convenience scams, where South Africans sell their identities with the assistance of Home Affairs officials who capture the foreigners' photos and issue passport using the local citizen identities. Now, in as such as we appreciate that 27 officials have been dismissed for this scam, with 8 officials convicted and receiving prison sentences, such occurrences should have never happened to begin with. The corruption, poor services, and incompetency at your department is unacceptable and is a pressing problem that is causing great frustration among all South Africans. This current state of affairs is totally unacceptable and must be addressed urgently. Chairperson, the Minister of Home Affairs take proactive steps to ensure that everyone who should be registered in this country is registered. He must stabilize and ensure that Home Affairs systems are actually online in all offices so as to reduce long queues and unnecessary delays. It is unacceptable that in the year 2025, we still do not have reliable IT system at Home Affairs. The problem of long queues must be tackled. He must urgently clear the backlog in the processing of permits. We must end corruption as theft, fraud, and other forms of maladministration. Pose of existential threat to the vision for a dignified Home Affairs that powers economic growth. The Counter-Corruption and Security Services branch must be strengthened. Chairperson, the problem faced by the Home Affairs are not impossible to overcome. They just need leadership. And until all these are done, Minister, before I've done my speech, I would love to go in rural areas because your team, it seems as if your team failed you. In our areas, in rural areas, we feel neglected. Last week, I was in Eastern Cape. I even spoke to the Honorable Nonkonyane to fetch my smart card. The time it was 10 to 2. Then the official said to me, we are closed. Then I said to him, Chairperson, please protect me.
Now you are protected. Honorable members, allow her to speak.
So,
Allow her to speak.
as your speech, Minister, I would love to go there and see what we are talking about. We are not lying. We are not misleading this house. Go to our areas and see the situation that our people are facing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable member, let's move on to the next honorable member.
Point of order,
Honorable Mokai, what's your point of order?
Chairperson, I just want to find out, is it parliamentary for the member to use a finger in the house?
No, I don't think that's a point of order. All right, honorable members, let's continue. The next speaker is Honorable Zulu. Honorable Zulu, you have 9 minutes. All right, honorable members, let's allow them speaker on the podium to continue uninterrupted. Thank you.
Umhlonishwa ebeka la phambili ungenzansi kwami manje kumele ngiadjuste but angisho ukuthi ngimude umude honorable Bareno was no honorable Farmer nama point of order wabo made nje honorable House Chairperson, honorable members, today the MK Party rises to reject without hesitation budget vote 5 for Home Affairs because vote 5 is not a budget but a betrayal to the masses. A betrayal where the poor are excluded, the working class are abandoned, and the sovereignty of our country is surrendered. Let me start with digitization. The department tracks in its 2025 APP about its digital system, identity system, and the intelligent population register. They want to track everything online from birth registration to visas. But I ask you, whose digital revolution is this? Certainly not the people of Nongoma in KwaZulu-Natal, where queues snake for kilometers outside a Department of Home Affairs offices because biometric systems crash every second day. Not the communities of Butterworth in the Eastern Cape, where system downtown left over 2,800 bed registration pending between July and December 2024. And not in Limpopo, where in January this year, the Department of Home Affairs office in Musina suffered a 5-day blackout of the biometric system, leaving people sleeping outside the gates because they could not collect passport or IDs. Honorable members, the department itself admits in its report to the portfolio committee that database queries were so inefficient. It took nearly 2 minutes to process a single online request. They had to hire a private company in March 2025 to stop the bleeding. And yet they come here to ask for money, for more money to digitize what? Chaos, exclusion. The truth is, digitization without infrastructure is digitized oppression. The poor, the elderly, and those in rural areas have no smartphones, no data, and no transport money to reach digital centers. So who benefits from this so-called progress? Not the masses, but the connected elites in Sentin and the lifty suburbs. Honorable House Chairperson and honorable members, let's speak about our borders. We are told by the department and the Border Management Authority that our borders are secured. That is a lie. The BMA itself admitted in its 2025 APP that it is 2.65 billion short of the money it needs to function. Out of the 1.8 billion it will receive, 1.33 billion goes to salaries, leaving only 482 million for goods, services, technology, and actual border operations. That is why in places like Beit Bridge in Limpopo, more than 1,700 undocumented migrants were apprehended in 1 month alone in March 2025, overwhelming the SAPS and Home Affairs officials. In Mpumalanga, the province which I come from, illegal border crossing near Komati Port have surged by 28% between 2023 and 2025, driven by syndicates trafficking people, goods, and drugs. Is it Daganiza? In the Free State, I heard my chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable House Chairperson, mentioning Free State. Naku kwenzakalayo Free State, mhlonishwa. Wait.
I help the honourable member with another speech.
Wait. It's my time. I still have time.
It's okay, we can stay quiet.
In the Free State, the Department of Home Affairs admits to Parliament that the Maseru Bridge is plagued with understaffing, with queues, stretching over 3 kilometers during December 2024, shocking cross-border trade and tourism. This department has turned our borders into a free for all. Illegal immigrants flood into the country, straining clinics, schools, and social grants. This is not xenophobia, it's reality. In Gauteng alone, the department revealed in its report that illegal migrants cost the province 4.2 billion in health services in 2024. National estimates suggest that the total cost of illegal immigrants include health policing, border enforcement, detention, and deportation exceeded 13 billion between 2024 and 2025. Yet the Border Management Authority is left to fend for itself with crumbs. This budget will not secure a single kilometer of our border. And it gets worse. The department doesn't even have sufficient money set aside to locate, detain, and deport those who are already inside the country illegally. It was confirmed in parliamentary responses that deportation remain a drop in the ocean because of a budget constraints. As of March 2025, over 43,000 people were identified as illegal residing or working in the country, but only 7,800 were deported due to lack of funding for operation transport and legal proceedings. Honorable Chairperson, in the Western Cape, community organizations reported that more than 7,000 ID applications were stuck in limbo due to downtown and mismanagement during the last quarter of 2024. In the Northwest, Department of Home Affairs staff went on a go-slow in November 2024 due to a shortage of system terminals, leaving 3,200 passport applications unprocessed for over 3 months. This department is anti-poor, anti-working class, and anti-development. The National Development Plan speaks of a capable, ethical state, but the Department of Home Affairs is a very symbol of a state failure. With this budget, as it stands, the doors of government services are slammed shut in the faces of the poor and those in the rural. But the sovereignty of this country is thrown open to criminal syndicates because of our borders are neglected and underfunded. We, the MK Party, stand with poor, we stand with the working class, and we will never support a budget that only talks.
Honorable Zulu, your time has expired.
Exclude the marginalized, who are the majority. Vote 5 must fall. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Zulu. The next honorable member is Honorable Vandenberg. And I'm told that Honorable Vandenberg is on the virtual platform. Honorable Vandenberg, you have 5 minutes.
Minister, other honorable members, and fellow South Africans. Today, I address the 2025-26 budget for the Department of Home Affairs. This budget, set against a challenging, must balance service delivery along with protecting community rights, combat inefficiency, and prioritize national sovereignty. The budget for the Department of Home Affairs, as part of South Africa's broader fiscal framework, operates in a constrained fiscal environment, and we all know why. Tasked with managing identity, immigration, and civic services, the DOH faces persistent pressure to modernize infrastructure, enhance border security, and improve service delivery. The digital transformation of Home Affairs has the potential to unlock even further additional benefits, and it could be wise to allow this department to lead the way without many restrictions. Limiting resources for Front Plus has articulated an emphasis on self-determination and the rule of law. We are opposed to policies that threaten property rights and also national sovereignty. We advocate for efficient governance, prioritizing the interest of South African citizens and addressing issues like illegal immigration and crime, including farmer tax, which we propose should be classified as a priority crime in order to stabilize food production. To align the Home Affairs budget with these principles, we proposed the following actions. First, strengthen border security and immigration enforcement through your executive oversight and assistance to the Border Management Agency. The budget focus on the BMA is a step forward, but it must prioritize a risk-based, intelligence-led approach to immigration and management. This includes enhancing profiling systems, expanding international cooperation with related bodies, and ensuring the BMA has sufficient funding. Second, prioritize efficiency and combat corruption. We have criticized government inefficiency and corruption, which undermines service delivery. Home Affairs did address long-standing issues like visa processing delays and fraudulent documents, and we would like to thank the Minister for the progress made here. Third, support community self-determination through localized service delivery. The Freedom Front Plus champions the rights of communities to manage their own affairs. Home Affairs can align with this by decentralizing services such as implementing digital mobile applications, ensuring equitable access to ID permit and other applications. We note that the department is working toward this. Fourth, address economic constraints without burdening citizens. The Home Affairs budget should avoid over-reliance on public funds by exploring even more user pay models for non-essential services like expedited visa and passport processing. Finally, we advocate for policy coherence. Home Affairs must ensure its policies like biometric data collection comply with privacy rights and are transparent, avoiding overreach that could infringe on individual freedoms. In conclusion, the 2025-26 Home Affairs budget is to enhance security efficiency and community empowerment, but it must be executed with precision. By prioritizing border control, combating corruption, services, maintaining fiscal discipline, and respecting constitutional principles, let us work together to ensure this budget serves all citizens, protect our nation, and upholds the rule of law. Minister, thank you for concise, relevant, and easy reading reports. Your department is a good example to others. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable van den Berg. The next speaker to take the platform is Honorable Mokai. You have 8 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, and fellow South Africans, good day. The Department of Home Affairs is at the center of life for all South Africans, even those visiting our shores, and indeed, even in death. It is thus important that its systems and services operate in a seamless and accurate manner. It is therefore a welcome note and a breath of fresh air that reforms, particularly digital transformation, as announced by the Minister Schreiber in this House, are being undertaken in this crucial department. It is important we understand what the department is undergoing, as this transformation agenda will see the department integrating digital technologies and fundamentally change how it operates, delivering value to its customers and stakeholders. This process essentially entails integrating services with banking platforms expanding access to smart IDs and passports, and the introduction of a world-class electronic travel authorization system, and most important, doing away with the manual ways of service delivery, which we now know are prone to corruption. And I think the Honorable Minister spent a lot of time on this project. Honorable Chairperson, these reforms and the digital transformation agenda fit in aptly in the medium-term development plan, with its APX priorities being driving inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and tackling high cost of living, and thirdly, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The department draws its strategic direction in the third priority of building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, with these 12 outcomes, and chief amongst these are being digital transformation across the state and effective border security, including cybersecurity. This, Honorable Chairperson, lay a blueprint, and yes, a blueprint for a modern and efficient department that streamlines its service delivery offering, making the lives of South Africans easier. To give effect to the above, the department perfectly hit the ground running through its entity, the Border Management Authority, and procured drones that have been specifically allocated at the Beitbridge and Limpopo border post, largely due to illegal migration, with more drones to be used to service Maseru and Fixburg border posts, respectively. And Honorable Chairperson, one may ask, what is the impact of this? How is this going to change the manner in which things are done and what it means for border security? And I'll just summarize the immediate benefits. The allocation of these drones has increased real-time monitoring and rapid responses to illegal activities. This has not only led to the detection of over 2,100 illegal border crossings, but also the sealing of over 2,300 breaches in the border fence, a clear indication that technology is playing a pivotal role in the protection of our borders. Honorable Chairperson, the BMA is prioritizing the e-recruitment system and the electronic documents and records management system. This will assist the authority to improve efficiency, consistency, and accuracy of processes, and to reduce the reliance on paper-based and manual interventions. In addition, the impact of the e-recruitment system will result in faster processing times for recruitment and document handling, reducing costs such as paper, printing, storage, and human error costs. These interventions will rightfully improve compliance and adherence to legislative and regulatory requirements around records management and audit trials, and provide a seamless user experience for both the external job applicants and internal staff. It is worth noting that the department has been allocated just over 11 billion rands for this current financial year, with an 8% decrease from the previous financial year when you consider the adjusted appropriation of 12.1 billion rands. However, with political will, this department has shown great resilience to do more with less, as we have noted through the tabling of the annual performance plan, and particularly the strategic plan 2025-2030. They are demonstrating that it is not always about blaming limited or a lack of budget to do your job and deliver much needed services to South Africans, but by cutting wastage, clamping down on corruption and maladministration, and getting the basics right. Indeed, this department is ringing through the famous words of the progressive writer and poet Michael Bessie Johnson, when he said, open quote, "Most people think they need more to succeed. More money, more power, more time, more friends, more fame, more ideas, more prayers, and more knowledge. They have never considered that less is actually sufficient," close quote. We will no doubt hear that rhetoric being blasted in this house over the coming weeks. We need more money, more resources to do this and the other. Sometimes I think it is a convenient excuse to cover up for poor performance. Every shortcoming is blamed on the lack of resources, and the nice one, budget cuts and austerity measures. This has become the song we quite hear often. However, this department, under the leadership of Minister Schreiber, is demonstrating otherwise. They are demonstrating that it starts with a mind and a culture shift. It is imperative that leadership also cultivate positive change and be at the forefront to protect the resources of taxpayers against those who are eager to fill their pockets and those of their cronies. And if this minister were to be given more, the fact shows South Africans will receive more. South Africans are yearning for honest and accountable leaders and public servants who are committed at building this nation and rescuing it from the hands of looters and breakers. What is clear is that the Department of Home Affairs, under the stewardship of Minister Schreiber, subscribes to this notion. As members of Parliament in this House, and particularly in the Select Committee on Security and Justice, we will continue to hold the department to the highest standards of accountability as we play our oversight role, not for any other reason, but to ensure that quality services is delivered to every citizen of this country and those coming to our shores. We commend the Minister for driving the digital transformation and bringing South Africa's home affairs into the fourth industrial revolution. The time of offline and system errors are indeed a thing of the past. Now it is the time for system online, always and forever. I thank you. Ke a leboga, baie dankie.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Mackay. The next speaker is the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, the Honorable Nzuza, who is on the virtual platform. Honorable Nzuza, you have 10 minutes.
Honorable House Chairperson, the Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Schreiber, members of the Executive, Chairperson and members of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, as led by the Honorable Jane Mananiso, the Management Complement of Home Affairs, led by the Director General Tommy Makhote, members of the Independent Electoral Commission, CEO of GPW, Commissioner of the PMA, fellow countrymen and women. The budget we are tabling today is premised on the priorities of the 7th administration. It reflects our resolve to deliver quality services. This is what citizens expect: faster, smarter, and convenient services delivered with dignity. This budget enables us to deliver the vision of a digital-first Home Affairs, which we have symbolized as Home Affairs at Home. It paves the way for a digitally transformed government department driving inclusive economic growth and job creation, enhancing national security and delivering efficient and dignified services. This will be leveraging on all the opportunities that artificial intelligence offers us. Building a digital Home Affairs aligns with priorities of the Government of National Unity, namely inclusive economic growth and job creation, reducing poverty and cost of living, and building a capable state, ethical as well as a developmental state. House Chairperson, the Civic Services mandate in particular is entrenched in the Constitution of the Republic. All human transactions are based on identity. Without identity, you will never have human transactions. This fact demands that we run an efficient, professional, state-of-the-art modern department. To this end, we are working with the South African Reserve Bank to develop a robust digital identity system. This system will use facial recognition as the primary biometric modality, thereby enhancing national security and reducing fraud risk. In the 24-25 financial year, the department achieved yet another milestone by issuing a record 3,597,856 smart ID cards as against the target of 2.5 million. This was extraordinary. The live capture system has enabled citizens to apply for smart ID cards and machine-readable passports in 212 modernized offices across the country. At the end of the 24-25 year, number of persons issued with cards were over 25 million since the inception of the modernization program, which is yet another milestone for the department. In the 25-26, live capture will be rolled out to an additional 10 front offices. This will improve access to smart ID cards whilst reducing issuance of green ID books. early registration of birth ensures that we maintain clean and reliable national population register in addition to birth registration at 323 front offices. This service is also rendered at 391 health facilities, bringing birth registration closer to where births happen. To promote early registration in 25-26, we are rolling out an online birth registration at 25 health facilities with maternity wards. We are automating the birth registration process at 47 health facilities. Last year, we registered 868,476 births. One of these was at Albert Mshiane from Mopane, who received the birth certificates through the LRP process for the first time in his 54 years. We are registering about 143,301 LRPs. As I'm addressing here today, Honorable Chair, we are soon going to head out to Polokwane in Limpopo to fight the scandal of invisibility by issuing birth certificates to applicants of late birth registration, giving them dignity and identity. From tomorrow, they will be able to meaningfully interact with the world and conclude transactions and contracts, giving them access to a better future. The budget we are presenting will allow us to roll out online birth registration system to 1,445 public health facilities with maternity wards to allow for birth registration on the spot. For the 25-26 financial year, the target for early birth registration is 667,000 births registered within a period of 30 days, which is in line with our aim to promote universal birth registration. This year, we are looking at using partnerships with banks to expand access to services in the 24-25 financial year. A total of 95,191 Smart ID cards requests were processed through 30 banks. Imagine the increase we'll have to further allow access to banks. We'll surely be doing more. During the 24-25 mobile offices were deployed to 10,149 service areas. Of these, 7,840 were visits to school, thus making sure that children do not lose schooling hours, but they are serviced in schools. We also keep track with offering Home Affairs services conveniently in some shopping malls. The year 2023 saw the opening of the first Home Affairs at Mainland Shopping Center in Pretoria. We have since expanded to Cresta Shopping Mall in Randburg, the Pavilion in Durban, Tiger Valley in Cape Town. The department is making headway in its implementation of a multi-channel service delivery strategy. It is not true, Chair, that we only focus on urban areas. We actually implement a multi-channel service. The new purpose-built state-of-the-art Home Affairs in Mokopane is an example in Limpopo, which has brought a smile to many of our people in the province. They experience improved service delivery with dignity and respect. Another important area is the digitization of civic records. This presidential program is fundamental core at the Home Affairs digital transformation journey. We have embarked on a journey to convert manual paper-based files into digital records that are easily accessible by the touch of a button. This will mean we are able to effect amendments almost instantly compared to the 8 weeks it currently takes. Over 49 million civic records have been digitized since 2023. The project has also created jobs for young graduates. This target for 2025-26 is now to digitize 25 million civic records, indicating that we indeed are moving forward. House Chairperson, we continue with the efforts to lend a helping hand to communities seeking to rebuild their lives following natural disasters by way of replacement of enabling documents free of charge. 2 weeks ago, I was in Butterworth, Mthatha, with an intergovernmental team of deputy ministers. In Mthatha, we interviewed with 463 applications, 286 in Butterworth. Early this year, we undertook a fire disaster outreach where assisted 488 fire victims in Cape Town, indicating that as Home Affairs, indeed we care. We also play a very huge role in the promotion of democracy. We have made sure that we support the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel in how it actually does its works. In conclusion, Chair, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Chairperson and members of the Select Committee on Security and Justice for support and dynamic oversight. I salute the employees and the management team of Home Affairs under the leadership of the Director General, Tomi Makote, for the hard work that they continue to do in times of extraordinary change. I would like to thank my colleague, Dr. Leon Schreiber, for his leadership. Together we can drive digital transformation in the spirit of the Government of National Unity. Chair, I must make it absolutely clear that it is easy to point problems, but it is very difficult to resolve those problems. I hope that all of us can work together to deal with the problems and resolve them. And we can all today agree that we are at a better space than we were before, and we will continue to improve the services that we offer our people. And this budget plays a very important role. And by supporting it, you actually bring us closer. Lastly, we commit on all our priorities, which are shaped by our understanding of history and resistance to all forms of political oppression and economic exploitation. We'll never allow ourselves to grow despondent in the patriotic quest to restore dignity to all South Africans, regardless of race, gender, or class. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister Nzuza. We now move on to the next speaker, and that is the Honorable MEC, Community Safety, Security and Liaison from Mpumalanga, the Honorable K.J. Matsi, who has 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, House Chair, for the opportunity. Deputy Chair, Honorable Mr. Les Governor, Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Leon Schreiber, Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Njabulo Nzuzo, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Chairperson and members of both committees, the Home Affairs and Transport, present here, members of Provisional Executive, fellow delegates from provinces, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chair, in supporting the budget vote number 5, I wish to stress at the onset that the South Africa we have today is built by the dictate of the Freedom Charter, crafted 70 years ago. The mandate that our people bestowed on the African National Congress in May 2024 was for us to pursue their aspiration for security and comfort as envisaged by our revolutionary compass, the Freedom Charter, adopted at Cape Town on the 26th July 1955. Chairperson, it is an honor for me to be invited to the National Council of Provinces to debate the budget vote 5, Department of Home Affairs on behalf of the Mpumalanga province. The Department of Home Affairs is a strategic player in the Mpumalanga province to ensure safety, considering the proximity of Mpumalanga to the neighboring countries, such as the Kingdom of Eswatini and Mozambique. Home Affairs is there to regulate the entry and exit of people out of the country. I would like to congratulate the footprint made by the department in the various hospitals to ensure the early registration of birth, to ensure that the correct numbers of people are in the population database. We welcome the processes to review the citizenship, immigration and refugee protection white paper. I hope this will align the process issue, adapting them to observe challenges in the operational environment. Congratulations are due to the Border Management Authority, the PNA, led by the Commissioner Dr. Masia Pata, who in their influence has been able to ensure the seamless entry and exit in the port of entry, which are around Mpumalanga. They have been visibly to address challenges where there are bottlenecks. noting that the Libombo port of entry is one of the busiest port of entry situated in Mpumalanga province. The Border Management Authority has proven its capability in managing the challenges comes with the peak season like the festive and Easter holiday. I hope that their system will be improved to ensure that system down times are eliminated to prevent traffic jam. The minister, there has been a profiling process that was embarked on in the neighboring community to the Eswatini and Mozambique border, which was hoped to legitimize the citizenship issued especially to undocumented learners. It is my plea, Honorable Chair, that the matter be expedited to ensure that the stateless people, that at least they have a country where they belong to, because even if they are deported, there is nowhere they will go. The danger to this is that they become victim of people who sell them fake IDs. A painful story of a young man who matriculated with a flying colors and is now assisting to total matriculant. This young person because he has no documentation he cannot further his studies. Minister, the border has been arbitrarily drawn, which separate blood relative in the area of Nkomazi, Chief Albert Tuli, part of Umkondo municipality. This is resulting in the emergence of Tingango. Tingango means legally crossing. I think we need to have a way to deal with this matter. For example, it is costly effective to use illegally crossing, which reduce the distance almost 70 kilometers crossing through Mbuzini to Lomahasha than cycling around to Mananga port of entry to Lomahasha. This will be a responsive service to the borderline communities. Chairperson, Mpumalanga province support the budget vote 5 with a view that this budget will contribute in the development of our country and also uplift the country's economy. Ngiyabonga, Chairperson. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masi, the MEC for Community Safety and Liaison in Mpumalanga Province. We now move on to the next Honorable Member, and that's the Honorable Medupi. You have 12 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me formally greet you and greet the Minister, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Members and Honorable Members that are on the virtual platform, special delegates from all the provinces, SALGA representatives, distinguished guests. Honorable Chairperson, on the 21st of May 2025, the Minister of Finance tabled a budget before the Parliament for 2025-2026 financial year. He indicated that the budget is a reflection of difficult trades-off needed to balance fiscal sustainability while addressing our developmental goals. The statement made by the Minister of Finance reflects the reality of our country's situation. We are in a very tight fiscal space, a result of both domestic and international dynamics that impacts global and domestic economic outlook. In this regard, the Minister said the global economy is facing heightened trade tension and elevated uncertainty with worrying economic consequences. Further, that the International Monetary Fund now projects global growth at 2.8% in 2025. Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chair, the question that arises out what the Minister of Finance described the budget as reflection of difficult trade-off that requires the balance and fiscal sustainability in face of low global economic outlook due to trade tension is what is the implication of the budget as tabled to our developmental goals and what should we do going forward? There are, of course, no easy answers to this challenging question. Still, we are hopeful, Honorable Zulu, that investment of over 1 trillion in critical infrastructure will lift our economic growth prospects and thus improve access to basic services. In this regard, the meaning of prioritizing innovation and the value for money becomes critical. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, we are participating in the policy debate on Budget Vote 5 of the Department of Home Affairs as necessitated by the difficult circumstances known to all of us surrounding the budget process, which has also resulted in the Department of Home Affairs revising its strategic plans and annual performance plan. Honorable Billy, as started over the last 3 years, the Department of Home Affairs is continuing its program of digitalizing millions of Home Affairs records. This program has employed thousands of young people who possess information and technology skills to be part of digitalization program. By participating in the digitization program, these young people will gain both experience and salary that will improve their economic status and increase chances of securing permanent employment in the future. The digitalization program aims, among other things, to mitigate the vulnerability caused by manual processes by expediting the digitization of records. It is estimated over 27 million civic records, including birth, marriage, and death certificate. And birth certificate will be digitalized every year within the medium-term expenditure framework. The implication that is in the near future, it will be the quicker and easier to retrieve record of our people in Home Affairs system, which will contribute to efficiency of service provision in Home Affairs. As part of this modernization program, the Department of Home Affairs will also enhance service delivery through automation. This is welcome, Honorable Minister. The caution, however, is that move towards automation of Home Affairs service should not come at the expense of the workers. In this regard, we'll play our oversight role and ensure that no workers loses their employment as a result of Department of Home Affairs automation program. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, we note the Department of Home Affairs we know that the Department of Home Affairs will collaborate with banks nationwide to roll out the process for applying smart identity document and passports, including online applications. The system for booking appointments for services at Home Affairs offices is both critical and welcomed. We urge our people to utilize the services to avoid problems of long queues at Home Affairs offices. The booking system will also depend on the Department of Home Affairs revamping its IT network connectivity to avoid system downtown. Well, of course, with the challenges that have been mentioned here around CETA. Again, we note and welcome the fact that Department of Home Affairs will continue to roll out the online birth registration system to health facilities, enabling them to print certificates as birth occurs. The call is that these registration services for birth should also be extended to our rural areas and the townships. Ke boikuelo bo re bo dirang motlotlegi modulasetilo. Re itirela boikuelo gore a tiriso a go nne le ikwadiso ya di-birth certificate e atoloswe go fitlhela ko metsemagae a rona le metsesetoropo. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madupi. The next honorable member is the Honorable Farmer. You have 5 minutes.
Chairperson, honorable members, and fellow South Africans, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, the God without whom we will not succeed.
Take bribes.
Today we rise not just to debate the budget of the Department of Home Affairs, but to speak for every South African whose dignity begins at the simple place of being seen, of being documented, of being recognized by their own state. Home Affairs is not a building, it is the gateway to citizenship, to justice, to education, to employment, to democracy itself. But that gateway chairperson is not playing its part. Fellow South Africans, to date all we have heard from the minister is digital promises. On 12 March 2025, this minister did not vote for this budget. Today he asks us to support his budget. How can you be trusted, Honorable Minister? How can it be that in 2025 South Africans are still sleeping outside Home Affairs alone? Some arriving at 4 a.m. hoping to get assistance before the systems go down at 15:30. How can we speak of modern governance when babies cannot be registered on time? When people wait months for ID documents? When queues stretch around buildings and corruption festers at every corner? This budget chairperson must speak directly to the lived reality of the people it must speak to. The grandmother who needs an ID to access a pension. The young graduate who cannot apply for work because her ID is still being printed. The undocumented child born in South Africa left in legal limbo through no fault of their own. And yes, Chairperson, it must speak to illegal immigration, an issue our core communities feel every day, even if some in this house are too afraid to speak to that truth. Let me be clear. We cannot continue to ignore the crisis of penetrable borders and the burden of undocumented foreign nationals on basic services. This is not a xenophobic statement, it is governance. We must ask, why is the Border Management Authority still underperforming years after its launch? Why does the department still lack a national biometric system that is fully integrated with SAPS and other departments? Why are we still dealing with corruption rings inside Home Affairs, where IDs, visas, and even citizenship can be bought? Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance calls for the following. 1, urgent overhaul of the Civic Services branch with mobile officers deployed weekly to underserved areas. 2, internal anti-corruption units with real-time whistleblower hotlines and lifestyle audits for staff. 3, a new immigration enforcement division with proper tracking, deportation capacity, and border technology. 4, automatic registration of births at hospitals, so that no South African child is left stateless. And finally, a digital queuing and appointment system that actually works, so dignity can be restored. Let us not pretend that these are technical issues only. These are bread and butter issues. People are blocked from grants, schooling, bank accounts, and votes because Home Affairs is broken. Chairperson, the Department of Home Affairs is meant to document our identity, but right now, it is documenting our failure. The Patriotic Alliance will support this budget only because we are a responsible partner to the GNU. And only if it's tied to real consequences, clear timelines, and visible improvement in service delivery. No more pilot projects. No more promises. People want solutions. Salute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Farmer. The next honorable member to speak will be the Honorable Peter. Honorable Peter, you have 5 minutes.
Phaphuqe ithole lo mthonyama limancada ncada. Mandikhahlele kuwe mhlakazi wohlelo ohloniphekile nakumphathiswa welisebe kananjalo nakwindwalutho zalomzi ezihloniphekile nakubemi boMzantsi Afrika ndithimle ndithi ndithi mawethu. Inkomo ingalala endleleni masazi ukuba kunyembelekile. Ndithi mandithathe le nxaxheba mziwasekhaya ndenze owenkawu wona umtsi ngokuthunywa ngumbutho we-UDM kolu hlahlo lwabiwo mali lwesebe lwezemakhaya. Ndime apha namhlanje ndikhathazekile kukubukela imiqodi kwanemingcelele yabemi beli lizwe luxananazile ukuya kweli sebe lezekhaya apho bahlala khona iiyure ezithe xhaxhe kumyinge wesihlanu zeyure nangaphezulu. Noxa nje belapho babuyele emakhaya benyembezana kukuphoxeka ngenxa yenkonzo eqhwalelayo bengafumananga kwanezo zixhobo bebeyozenza. I-UDM izokuma apha namhlanje phambi kweli sebe izobuza kuwe mhlonitshwa ohloniphekile ukuba kuxinge phi na. I-UDM izokuma phambi kweli sebe izobuza ukuba xa inyambalala yabemi beli lizwe izidima zabo zirhuqelwa phantsi akumelezekanga na ukuba kwenziwe uhlolo lwezimvo, i-referendum ke ukutsho, ukuze izigqibo ziphume kubo kuba uphunxukile ujingi abantwana bedlalwa mhlonitshwa omhle. I-UDM ibambelele esilevini kukubona imiqodi yabemi bamanye amazwe bengena kweli lizwe bengenazo imvume zokungena, bengena ngokwamanzi ethuleka phezu kwentaba zomlambo iGqili. I-UDM iyabuza kuwe mphathiswa omhle ukuba khawukhe wondlalele abemi beli lizwe ukuba uyintoni na umsebenzi wakho kule nyikitya ingaka. I-UDM mhlonitshwa ohloniphekileyo iyabuza ukuba ingaba awuboni na sisenzakala nje. Ezi ziyobisi zitshabalalisa eli lizwe azingeni ngalamanzi ehla kule ntaba yeGqili na. Apho kungena nabani na ongenazo kwaneempepha zokungena. Vala mhlonitshwa. I-UDM ihlaba ikhwelo ibuza ukuba xa kunje ingaba alimkanga na eli lizwe amehlo ejongile. Umzekelo woku phaa kwiphondo leMpuma Kapa kwisixeko esiyiCostin naseHillbrow kwiphondo leGauteng kukhangeleka ilidama leziyobisi nabemi balamazwe behlala ngokungekho semthethweni. Uphi na mhlonitshwa? Mandibhodlele kuwe Democratic Alliance njengoko uyinxalenye ye-GNU. Kuyini na ukuba lonke uhlahlo lwabiwo mali olenziwa ngoogxa bakho lube lulungile kumehlo akho, kodwa olenziwa ngaba bangaphesheya be-ANC ayilulo? Le nzondo unayo ayikokukhutshwa kogxa wakho kwincindi yobusi na? Le ibhajethi uyamkela kuba ingugxa wakho. Ingaba nyanisweni ungalimela ke ngoku na eli lizwe xa uqhuba ngolu hlobo, Democratic Alliance?
Point of order, Chair.
Ndifuna ukuthi kuwe Democratic Alliance deda mhlangana endaweni yenywaki.
Honorable Peter, take your seat, please. Honorable Billy, on what rule are you standing?
Person, I'm rising on the rule 61B.
61B. Yes, go ahead.
Chairperson, the honorable member is casting aspersions on the Democratic Alliance, knowing full well that the DA has not voted yet on the budget, and he is suggesting that the DA has already voted and has not voted for the budget of the other departments.
Thank you very much, Honorable Billy. It is acceptable for a member to speak about a political party. He is not casting aspersions on a member. In terms of the rules, he can.
Chairperson, if I may, the point I'm trying to make here is that I'm not sure if you captured him correctly. The member said that the DA is not supporting or has not supported the budget of other.
Point of order, Chair.
But has rather supported its
Point
own.
of order, Chair.
That is not accurate.
Honorable Farmer, I'm dealing with one point of order.
Point of
Could you
order,
just order?
Chair.
I recognize you.
He's not allowed to debate with the chair. He's not allowed to debate with the chair.
Sorry.
He raised his issue.
Honorable Farmer, you are interrupting the speaker on the platform. Can you allow me to chair this meeting, please? Honorable Billy, continue.
If I may just conclude the point. The Democratic Alliance has not made a decision on whether it supports the budget or not. And to say that the DA is not supporting any budget is incorrect for the member to say that.
Thank you. Noted. Honorable Peter.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Xa ndigqibezela sihlalo, ndifuna ukuthi kwi-Democratic Alliance damhlangane endaweni inywaki. I-UDM ihlaba ikhwelo isithi yina ukuba sivaleke amehlo midake emnyama. Asiyiboni na le ntshabalalo sikuyo. Masiquleni mzwe mnyama amathunzi anabile. Abo banenduma ngenxa yevili lomzabalazo. Ncema wethu. Masichebane nezo nduma. Siye entsimini ukuze kuphile.
Thank you, Honorable Peter. Your time has expired.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We now move on to the next honorable member, and that is the Honorable Badenost. Honorable Badenost, you have 6 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable Minister, fellow South Africans. Home Affairs is a department that touches every life in this country. It manages births, IDs, passports, and immigration. And yet, it's also one of the departments where people most often experience state failure. Long queues, like you've mentioned, backlogs, and dysfunction. But to understand the importance of today's budget, honorable members, let's travel a little bit beyond our borders. In 2019, Rwanda, a low-income country that also transitioned to democracy in the 1990s, launched a digital public services portal. It's called Irembo. Google it. Allowing citizens to access IDs, marriage certificates, and passports online. All of this via a mobile phone. In contrast, South Africa's journey has been defined, started more or less at the same time, by corruption, institutional collapse, and political interference. So let me remind you, under ministers like Mapisa Nkakula, Dlamini Zuma, and especially Malusi Gigaba, Home Affairs became a site of patronage and state capture. The fast-track naturalization of the Gupta family, remember that, and abuse of visa processes under Gigaba marked the lowest of low points in this country's history. That the ANC recently exonerated Gigaba tells you everything you need to know about certain parties. But that chapter, fortunately now for us and for South Africa, is closed. Under Minister Leon Schreiber, we've seen a dramatic turnaround in just 1 year. Visa and permit backlogs have been cleared. E-visas and biometric systems have been implemented. 71 ports now use biometric control via the revitalized Border Management Authority. Tourism facilitation has improved, especially for Chinese travelers. Don't leave the house, MK, I'm coming to you. Most importantly, the department is implementing the long-delayed digital identity platform and has adopted time-bound performance targets. For the first time, the annual performance plan isn't just a wish list. It contains deliverables, accountability, and there's deadlines. The ANC may claim credit for these reforms, like we heard Honorable Mananiso attempting earlier. But if they had the will or the capacity to implement them, we would not be trailing countries like Rwanda with far fewer resources. While ANC ministers enrich themselves and let this department stagnate, the DA is finally demonstrating what real leadership looks like. Professionalizing the civil service, digitizing service delivery, and cleaning out corruption. And Honourable Billy rightfully mentioned the masters of being offline when it comes to state services. The State Information Technology Agency, SITA. Remember this name. The system is down because of SITA. Simple as that. That minister does not control SITA. That minister is trying to get rid of SITA, just like SARS got rid of SITA. And guess what? SARS are pretty efficient these days, aren't they? Because they got rid of SITA. It's logic, honourable members. So, Honourable Machibeni, was that your maiden speech? Sorry, what a waste. To stand here and to say, happy birthday to the EFF on their 12th birthday. You know what the EFF got for their 12th birthday? They went down from 12% to 9%, and Floyd left the party before it even started. Anyway, let's move on. Honourable Zulu, the system is down because of SITA, like I said earlier. Just like the country was down for 9 years under Zuma. The Border Management Agency needs 4.3 billion rand to do the job that you don't want them to do because you don't want to give this minister a budget. Honourable Madupi, the financial crisis would not have been so bad that you spoke about if it wasn't for 31 years of ANC wastage. Honourable Farmer, yeah, what can I say? The first budget was based on a VAT increase, which would have influenced the pockets of the poorest of the poor. People who rely on that money every month to buy a loaf of bread, the 100 rands that your leader doles out at by-election will not replace the increase that VAT would have caused in those people's lives. I promise you that. What a waste of 5 minutes in a speech. Your speech actually belonged in the 6th Parliament, but obviously ChatGPT didn't spew that out for you. Honourable members, we support this budget not just because it's a budget for Home Affairs, but it's because it's a budget for freedom, for fairness, and for opportunity. It's a budget that says South Africans deserve better. It's a budget that says under DA leadership, South Africans are finally getting it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honourable Badenost. The next honourable member to speak is the Honourable Pala. Honourable Pala, you have 15 minutes.
Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, Minister, Deputy Ministers, honourable members, and officials of Home Affairs. Good afternoon. Let me start by appreciating the Minister's remarks. The remarks of stepping up on the work which has been done before. We really appreciate that, Minister. This is the work which has been done by the previous administrations. Yes. They laid the foundation to where we are today. Honourable Chair, in this debate on the budget vote of the Department of Home Affairs and its entities, I will focus on the two important entities that falls under the department, which are the Independent Electoral Commission, the IEC, and the Border Management authority, the PMA. We are building a democratic system that is based on the will of the people. We have said in the Freedom Charter that the people shall govern and that no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of the people. The democratic government since 1994 has ensured that the principles that the people shall govern is put into practice, and that the people of South Africa are at the center of determining the government for themselves. The democratic government, through the Constitution of the Republic, establishes institutions that will support and advance our democracy. One of such Chapter 9 institutions is the Independent Electoral Commission, the IEC. According to its mandate, the IEC is responsible for managing elections of national, provincial, and municipal elections to ensure that the elections are free and fair, and to declare the result of those elections within a period that is prescribed by the national legislation and that is as short as reasonably possible. We are stating this non-mandate of the IEC not only to state the obvious, but to remind ourselves of the critical role that the IEC is playing in strengthening and advancing our democratic system. So, Honorable Majobene and Honorable Zulu, for not voting this budget, you are conflicting yourselves. We speak here about strengthening and advancing our democratic system. And it can only be done if you are in support of this budget. We are well aware that in most instances where countries experience civil wars, the legitimacy of the result of the elections that has bearing on the running of the election is at times a central issue. Fortunately, in our country since 1994, we have never witnessed a situation where managing and running the elections were put in question. And this is what this department is all about. And if you don't support this budget, it means you are saying the IEC should not do its work. This does not mean that everything is perfect with our electoral system. It only means that we have always been able to address the challenges that may arise out of our electoral processes, and that there are established mechanisms that include participation of political parties to be part of running our elections. Our country also has checks and balances in the form of parliament, electoral courts, and the civil society that contribute to the strengthening of our democratic system, especially on matters of election. Any one of us here, honorable members, as individuals or as political parties, who may have reservation about the conduct of the IEC, has every right to use established processes in our constitutional democracy to raise such concerns. We are making this important point to remind ourselves as individuals and as political parties and the IEC itself that we should appreciate the critical role that the IEC plays in our democratic system, we should work together to ensure that our electoral processes are free and fair as the Constitution requires. The IEC has presented in its strategic plan and the annual performance plan to our committee. We welcome the revised strategic plans and the annual performance plan, given the circumstances surrounding the tabling of the budget for the 2025-2026 financial year. In its strategic plan and the annual performance plan, the IEC undertakes to strengthen its institutional effectiveness that include the achievement on an unqualified audit opinion with no findings from this financial year henceforth. We welcome this undertaking as it will ensure that the institution spends its funds within the parameters of law and that it runs its affairs in compliance with the laws. As members of parliament and political parties, we have always raised concern about the low voter turnout during the election, which is very much a low during the local government election. The participation of our people in our democratic system, more especially through voting, is at the center of the Freedom Charter, a principle that the people shall govern. We have characterized our democratic system as both representative and participatory democracy, where the people will elect their representatives to national and provincial legislatures, as well as to municipal council to advance the interest of the people, to build the executive, to hold the executive accountable, and to provide feedback to the people as part of our constituency work. For our democracy to work, we need people to participate in the affairs of our nation. We are encouraged that the IEC has put its priority towards 2026 local government elections. The program of civic and democratic education, whose object is to inform our people about the rights to participate in the elections. This will be undertaken as part of the voter education process. It is obvious that the IEC alone cannot undertake the vote education awareness without support of political parties. We as politicians, through our political parties, have a role to play in enhancing and supporting the work of this government and encourage our people to work, our people to register and vote in the coming 2026 local government election and beyond. South Africa, like all other countries in the world, we are part of the global community of nations. We are interconnected with the rest of the world in terms of our socio-economic and political activities. In this regard, our country has long opened its ports of entry to allow us as South Africans to visit other countries of the world in as much as the people of the world will visit our country. We're making a point that the movement of people and goods across our ports of entry is necessary for our socio-economic development. We will always encourage inward and outward migration of people. The important point to make is that movement of persons and goods across the ports of entry should happen within the ambit of law. Every traveler should possess the legal traveling documents as they travel. The concern of illegal migration, as expressed by our people, is a serious matter of concern, and we really take it very serious. We want people of the world to come to our country, but they must come legally. There are two policy interventions that the African National Congress prioritized as a policy for imperative to address the challenges of illegal immigration. One of those interventions by the African National Congress government is passing of the Border Management Authority Act, which aim to integrate and coordinate the management of our borders by bringing multiple organs of states at the port of entry to work together in the management and control of our borders. Since its establishment, the BMA has reported successes in intercepting illegal migrants and goods across the port of entry. We commend the department for this outstanding work. In this regard, we believe that the sooner the MBA and the National Treasury finalize their engagement on the funding of the BMA, the sooner the better. We will conclude, honorable members and chair, by reiterating that we have considered the strategic plans and the annual performance plans of the Department of Home Affairs, the IEC, the BMA, and the government printing work. We note that despite fiscal pressures, the department and its entities have developed innovative ways of doing more with little. As a select committee of Parliament, we will play our oversight role to ensure that the Department of Home Affairs and its entities implement their planned annual performance plan and meet their targets for financial year 2025-2026. As the African National Congress, we fully support the budget vote number 5 of the Department of Home Affairs and its entities. Honorable members, we say our former president and the leader of the African National Congress, in most of the time when he spoke about these issues, he often spoke about the hope of building a new and a democratic country. He emphasized it as a driving force for change and resilience. He believed hope was an essential to overcoming adversity and building a better life for all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pala, for your input, and I also appreciate the fact that we must always respect our institutions like the IEC, because such institutions are the one which keep South Africa together. So cannot do less than that as the members of Parliament. We must always support them so that they always deliver credible elections, so that cannot have any conflict within the country. Without further ado, I'd really like now to call the Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Schreiber, to respond to this diversion issue here. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and to the honourable members for their inputs during this debate. I think I would like to start by focusing on the BMA. I think an issue that has come up in a number of the inputs. Colleagues, the budget for the BMA is not sufficient. We are in a situation where we need to be honest about that. I think Herculean work has been done to get the BMA to the point where it is, and to see it achieving some of these successes despite the enormous odds that are stacked against it because of its underfunding. But I do want to indicate that from my point of view, we are absolutely seized with this challenge. We have engaged with the Minister of Police just yesterday again about the issue of transfer of functions from SAPS to the BMA, but also more broadly how we can work together to make the case that really it is now high time to fund this entity. I must be honest, when honourable members talk about the legislation establishing the BMA, words on paper are no good to anyone. Words on paper don't secure the border. Words on paper don't create a more efficient immigration system. Words on paper don't roll out the kind of biometric ports of entry that we look to build. It is actually through action and implementation that you get things done, and that's what matters. And we won't be able to do that until we take very seriously in the next budget cycle the plight of the Border Management Authority. So in the interim, there are a number of avenues that are being explored, the CARA fund being one of them. A business case will be submitted for a next round of funding there. But these are stopgap measures, honourable members, and everyone here has said that they are serious about resolving this issue. So my question is actually back to you. If we're serious about it, why aren't we actually doing more to address this particular issue, especially given that there really is consensus on this? I also want to just touch on, I think the MEC raised the issue of statelessness. I think a very important point to bring up here. And I think it also links with what the Deputy Minister said about late birth registrations and the work that is going on and is required in that space. I have made the point before to this House, but I do want to repeat it, that there are many South Africans, too many, who themselves are undocumented. We have people in our own country, especially in rural and disadvantaged communities. And that is a problem we have to solve if we are going to actually address the challenge of statelessness starting at home. But I do think that the reforms we've discussed, Chair, are going to make a massive impact there. I hope the EFF will be the first party to celebrate, given what they've said about the lack of access in rural areas, when people in rural areas can walk to the bank branch around the corner and get their ID and their passports. So I do look forward to the EFF saluting that progress when it does happen. But it's a serious point, Chair, because it is our planned expansion of that pilot project with the banks is a massive victory for inclusion. That's what it comes down to, because suddenly someone in a rural area will no longer have to travel 4 hours to get to their nearest Home Affairs office. They can use the very same services that they may use already to get social grants or other transactions to get their ID and to get their passport. But I do want to also add to that once we get that right, and once we've got access in more bank branches, once we've got that Home Affairs logo up on your banking app, that we then also need to look at modernizing more of Home Affairs services. I think this is an important point to recognize. So members have raised issues like amendments, if there's an error, a spelling error or something like that, but also some of the certificates that are still using the manual and paper-based processes. So that will certainly be something that follows once we've got the access part right. Chair, I want to conclude by really thanking the members of this House, the members of the committee, the leadership of Home Affairs, of the Border Management Authority, of Government Printing Works and of the IEC, as well as the Deputy Minister for the team effort that has made us achieve remarkable things in the last 12 months. And I want to latch on to what the Honourable Paula said about hope, that hope only means something to people when it's tangible, when you can feel it, when it has a practical impact. And that's why we say we are determined to restore hope, because we believe that if Home Affairs can work better, then the hope is there that all of South Africa can work better and that we can work together to deliver dignity in that manner. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Honorable delegates, I'd like to really thank the Minister and Deputy Minister of Home Affairs for the presentation of their policy, budget policy in this House. I think that we have learned a lot from the presentation and what we must do as the fellow South Africans to ensure that there's a better life for everyone in the country. So without further ado, I really like to appreciate you, Honorable Minister. And now we're going to the next step, whereby we're going to go to the third order paper, the policy debate on the budget vote of transport. And then I'll just allow the Minister and the Deputy Minister to settle down so that they can take their positions. All right, now that the Minister and the Deputy Minister are settled, really now we have to go to budget 40, transport appropriation bill. Honorable Minister Barbara Chrissy, you are invited to the podium. You can lead. Over to you.
Honourable House Chair, Deputy Minister, MECs in the Chamber and online, honourable members. As we gather here today, we're acutely aware of the role that an efficient and effective logistics system can play in the development of our economy, job creation, and the well-being of South Africans. We are also deeply aware of the abiding constraints that the current logistics system creates for the movement of people and goods. Weaknesses in our logistics system are estimated to cost our economy R1 billion a day. The high cost of public transport has fallen on South African workers who, as a result, enjoy lower take-home pay than their counterparts elsewhere in the world. The Department of Transport will this year focus on investing in infrastructure to revitalize passenger rail services, freight and logistics infrastructure, maintaining South Africa's road network, expanding and refurbishing our airports, and facilitating integrated public transport. In our quest to make public transport more affordable, we will review the current effectiveness of conditional grants targeting bus subsidies and the bus rapid transport system and the taxi recapitalization grant, with the aim of finding more effective means of supporting integrated public transport. Honourable members, the taxi industry is responsible for transporting over 85% of all commuters. Accordingly, formalizing the industry and rooting out criminality and irregular operations remains a key focus. In this regard, in line with other economic sectors, existing taxi associations have a fundamentally important role to play in self-regulation and governance. I want to take this opportunity to thank the President of Santaco, Mr. Abner Tsebe, for the constructive role he's played in relation to conflict between CARTA and CODETA, and emphasize that this is how we need to resolve route disputes going forward. To make the taxi industry more financially viable, government has committed to working with the banks and vehicle manufacturers to de-risk loan financing on new vehicles. Part of this process involves developing a standard operating procedure to ensure uniformity in the issuance of operating licenses. It is of critical importance that the duration of vehicle licenses aligns with the loan repayment period for new vehicles. We look forward to working with all provincial departments to identify areas of good practice which can be shared and adopted by all. Road accidents remain a massive drain on our economy and deprive many families of their loved ones. It is also important to acknowledge today the excellent work, cooperation we enjoy amongst national, provincial, local government and civil society on reducing road accidents. I'm pleased to report that our average 9% annual decline in accidents and fatalities this year is holding. To reduce deaths further, we must work together in a focused and consistent manner to tackle the high pedestrian fatality rate with consistent community outreach and education amongst those who live adjacent to our major roads. Honourable members, in June this year, we once again experienced a severe weather event that impacted heavily on the Eastern Cape communities in Mthatha and other areas. Our officials have been working with the Provincial Department of Transport to assess the damage to infrastructure. Our department, as part of the state's effort to ease the pain and suffering of the communities in targeted areas, will work together with SANRAL and the province to identify repairs that require complex engineering skills, allowing us to contribute to ensuring that the Eastern Cape communities are accessible and are able to transport people and goods. More generally, our department is also ensuring that we have a whole of society response to building resilience of transport infrastructure in the face of climate change. We will soon conclude a green transport strategy that will guide future adaptation and mitigation measures in the transport sector as a whole. Honourable members, the condition of our national roads and the feeder routes that connect them remain a cause of concern in the public domain. During this financial year, SANRAL aims to create 15,000 work opportunities and ensure inclusive participation by emerging contractors, professionals, and suppliers through the implementation of new initiatives such as the Contractor Development Programme and the Black Industrialist Scheme. SANRAL also aims to achieve 75% expenditure on routine road maintenance projects and 60% non-routine road maintenance projects to be performed by Black-owned SMMEs and contractors. In addition, SANRAL will strengthen the partnerships with the private sector to enable the deployment of artisans and TVET graduates through workplace-based placements and work-integrated learning opportunities. The entity also aims to award 275 internship placements for practical experience for undergraduate students, award 160 external bursaries, and 260 scholarships. Over the past year, national government, through the agency of SANRAL, has, at the request of our provincial premiers, taken over a further 3,099 kilometers of provincial roads. This includes 585 kilometers in the Eastern Cape, 659 kilometers in the Free State, 915 kilometers in Mpumalanga, 752 kilometers in Limpopo, 61 kilometers in the Northern Cape, and 123 kilometers in the Northwest. SANRAL has reprioritized budget within the existing maintenance and capital allocation so that these roads are serviced. While I understand that much more work needs to be done to ensure all provincial and municipal roads are in good condition, it is simply not possible for SANRAL to take on further upgrades from provinces at this time. At MINMEC on Friday, we committed to undertaking a review of road maintenance financing across all spheres of government. While this review is in progress, we must ensure existing budgets given to provincial and municipal governments are effectively spent and not returned to National Treasury. We are currently strengthening our oversight role in the execution of concurrent functions we share with provincial governments through the management of conditional grants. Of great importance here is the 94 million we've prioritized over the medium term to provide technical support to provincial road departments to ensure conditional grants are effectively spent. We have now signed an MOU with SALGA so that together we can monitor spending on the municipal infrastructure grant for road maintenance. 17% of this grant is intended for maintenance of municipal roads and bridges. Unfortunately, this budget is not ring-fenced by many municipalities, and as a result, it is either used for other purposes or returned to National Treasury unspent. I ask today that this House works with provincial governments to ensure that the process of oversight we are introducing over road maintenance conditional grants are instituted by provincial governments over the use of the MIG funds allocated for road maintenance in our towns and cities. Honourable members, in our quest to re-establish safe and affordable transport for working people, PRASA has embarked on a journey to restore passenger rail services nationwide. I'm proud to share that by the end of May 2025, PRASA has successfully revived 35 out of 40 corridors and service lines. PRASA intends to meet the pre-pandemic level of 600 million passengers on its network per annum by 2030. In the previous financial year, 77 million passengers used the service, while 116 million passenger journeys are projected for this year. At the end of May, I had the opportunity to catch a ride on one of our trains at the launch of the Central Line, which is Cape Town's most important rail corridor. It connects the communities of Khayelitsha and Mitchell's Plain to the Cape Town CBD and the Bellville CBD. At full capacity, the Central Line contributes 350,000 daily passenger trips. One significant benefit of the return of a considerable number of commuters to rail is the easing of the mother city's unbearable traffic congestion. By December, we hope to complete the Kapteins Klip section of this line. Honourable members, the Freight Logistics Roadmap clarifies that strategic infrastructure such as rail lines and ports will remain in public ownership as assets belonging to the South African people. To this end, we must assure the country that we will do all within our power to rebuild and modernize the capabilities, operational effectiveness, and competitiveness of our state-owned freight logistics operator. We must also enhance the involvement of additional operators as a way of extending freight logistics capabilities of the country and region beyond what the public sector alone can accomplish. It is important to point out that as an economy, we need freight logistics operators that can compete, but that can also complement each other when the need arises for the benefit of the country and the region. These interventions include working with the logistics industry to repair infrastructure and engaging with OEMs to facilitate the servicing and upgrading of critical equipment. Transnet and the department have set a goal of moving 250 million tons of freight on the Transnet network by 2030. At our ports, the target is to improve gross crane movements per hour from the 2024 average of 16 to 30 by 2030. Through our collaboration with key stakeholders, we are rapidly implementing vital improvements to ensure logistics output rebounds to pre-pandemic levels. Hard work by the Transnet War Room has ensured port volumes were 54% higher at the end of the 2024-25 financial year than the previous year. Rail tonnage increased by 9 million tons and containers handled in our ports increased by 48,000 units. Improvement in port performance is increasingly the result of new equipment. Pier 2 at the Durban Container Terminal has received components for 8 new straddle carriers, 4 new ship-to-shore cranes. Pier 1 is busy assembling 9 rubber tire gantry cranes, with the first released in March and thereafter one every 8 weeks. RTGs ordered for the Cape Town Container Terminal will be received in 3 batches, 9 in March, the second 9 in August, and the last 9 in December. The Port Elizabeth Container Terminal has assembled 1 ship-to-shore crane operational from April this year. We have also been hard at work to reduce truck congestion at the ports of Durban, Cape Town. With the new truck holding facility at Richards Bay, we are removing truck queues from the N2 and port access roads. The limited availability of state resources to fund infrastructure development makes private sector investment in infrastructure critical. To guide private sector investment in our 5 priority rail and port corridors, we have just concluded requests for information covering the following freight, rail, and port components: Northern Cape to Saldanha Bay Minerals Corridor, primarily for iron ore and manganese, and the Northern Cape to Nelson Mandela Bay Corridor, primarily for manganese. Limpopo and Mpumalanga to Richards Bay Bulk Minerals Corridor for coal and chrome exports. Intermodal supply chain focused on the container and automotive sectors, including the potential designation of the container port as a regional transshipment hub for major shipping lines covering the ports of Durban, Port Elizabeth, East London, and Cape Town. Transnet will issue requests for proposals at the end of August. In order to meet our target of moving 42 million passengers per year through the AXA network of airports, the entity has been allocated 21 billion for infrastructure development. This will improve facilities for passenger safety and comfort over the medium term. Projects at OR Tambo include phase 1 of the midfield cargo terminal, a new domestic arrival terminal at Cape Town International Airport, and terminal expansion at George. In December last year, following widespread concerns regarding capacity and operations at the Air Traffic Navigation Services, I appointed a panel of experts to advise on the root causes of problems at the entity and necessary remedial measures. From February 2025, 37 successful recruits have been made in key areas ranging from air traffic controllers, investigation and safety specialists, engineering instructors, and simulator programs. Substantial progress is also in evidence with regard to building the internal training pipeline, with 25 candidates recruited and undergoing validation. Similarly, progress is being made with ensuring the urgent upgrades of communication, navigation, and surveillance systems and relevant procurement processes are in process. Regarding the safety management system, we can report that safety findings from various audits and the civil aviation regulator are being closed out. With respect to ensuring the availability of safe and compliant flight procedures, a critical risk was averted with respect to the possible April suspension of procedures at OR Tambo, Cape Town, King Shaka, Port Elizabeth, Lanseria, and George airports. Nevertheless, there are still too many instances, more than we are comfortable with, of operators that are dependent on alternative means of compliance or exemptions. Clearly, this requires a degree of business unusual, and to this end, the ATNS is putting in place a project office to drive the elimination of the backlog that has formed over the past few years. Honourable members, last year the Auditor General found irregularities in the procurement process of the new driver's licence card machine. It is a matter of public record that the department has taken a self-review application on this matter to the courts. The old card machine is currently fixed, and we are hard at work to clear out the printing backlog of licence cards. To ensure we have a backup solution, we have signed an MOU with the government printers. We expect that within 3 months, this backup solution will also be able to print cards. Honourable members, allow me to take this opportunity to thank Team Transport for all the hard work that has gone into turning around this huge ecosystem, including our Deputy Minister Hlengwa, the Acting Director General, Mr. Mokonyama, all Deputy Director Generals and Senior Managers, all chairs and CEOs of entities, the chairperson of our select committee, Honourable Badenhorst, and all honourable members of the Portfolio Committee. I thank you.
All right, thank you, Honourable Chrissy, for elucidating the programs of your department. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honourable Badenhorst.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Ministers, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans. Transport is not just about moving people and goods. It's about moving possibility. It's about unlocking the economic arteries of our country, ensuring that investment flows, that workers arrive safely at jobs, and that children are transported securely to school, and that freight reaches markets across provinces and beyond our borders. When you move people and goods, Chairperson, you move money. And when money moves, opportunity for dignity and prosperity is created. Honourable Chairperson, allow me to reflect on our committee's interrogation of Budget Vote 40 Transport, as well as the Department's 2025-26 Annual Performance Plan and the 2025-26 to 29-30 Strategic Plan. The committee engaged extensively with the Department and its entities on 25 June 2025, and I want to thank all members across the political spectrum who participated robustly in that engagement. In terms of our constitutional oversight mandate, this committee has examined the projected expenditure, key performance indicators, alignment with development planning instruments, and risks to delivery. Let us begin with the headline. The Department of Transport has allocated a total of 287.3 billion rand over the medium-term expenditure framework period from 2024-25 to 2027-28. For the 2025-26 financial year, the department will administer an estimated 90 billion rand, which is 92% of which will be transferred to provinces and public entities. This is a significant fiscal envelope. But with that decentralization comes the need for deep accountability and assurance that this money is delivering value for our citizens. Speaking of value for our citizens, Honourable Chairperson, as the chairperson of this committee, I welcome the long overdue arrests of the so-called Big Four, former Transnet executives, some of whom sit now as members of parliament under the MK banner. Sometimes you don't see them because they wear camouflage. But anyway, their alleged role in the looting of billions from our state logistics backbone is a damning indictment on how deeply state capture infiltrated our institutions. These arrests reaffirm critical importance of robust parliamentary oversight mechanisms to hold public officials accountable and to ensure that Parliament never becomes a safe haven for those facing corruption charges. Chairperson, let us unpack now this budget in strategic terms. The largest allocation of 89.9 billion rand goes to SANRAL over the medium term, affirming the centrality of road maintenance and upgrades. Our national roads are the lifelines of interprovincial trade, tourism and mobility. However, rural and provincial roads remain under pressure, which is why the Provincial Roads Maintenance Grant receives 53.1 billion rand over the MTF period. These allocations will help rehabilitate 12.627 thousand lane kilometers, reseal over 16,000 lane kilometers, and build 96 Welisiwe rural bridges by March 2026. In the passenger rail sector, PRASA has allocated 22.8 billion rand for the 2025-26 financial year. This includes critical spending on rolling stock coach refurbishment and the upgrading of outdated signalling systems, especially in corridors hardest hit by vandalism and service collapse. Similarly, the Public Transport Network Grant will disburse 22.4 billion rand to key urban metros, Cape Town, George, Ekurhuleni, Johannesburg, Nelson Mandela Bay, Polokwane, Tshwane, and Rustenburg. Members, if we want to move towards a greener economy and reduce carbon emissions, we must get more people out of cars and into well-run, safe and affordable public transport systems. This grant is the vehicle for exactly that. Chairperson, we must also acknowledge that the targeted spending directed at the inclusion and empowerment, 1.1 billion rand over the MTF is set aside for the scrapping of unsafe minibus taxis. 408 million rand is earmarked for once-off taxi gratuities. 340 billion rand is allocated for taxi empowerment projects, supporting a sector that remains the backbone of daily mobility for working-class South Africans. On the maritime front, 1.3 billion rand has been allocated to Transnet for the Cape Town container terminal expansion, an infrastructure priority that aligns the port reform goals and improved logistics competitiveness. Despite these efforts, there are pressing concerns the committee has flagged. One of the most troubling matters is the state of the driver's license card account, the DLCA. The entity faces significant capacity gaps. Its top leadership roles, including CEO and CFO, remain vacant. The license card printing machine was down for 37 days, contributing to a backlog of over 680,000 license cards. Although interim measures and secondments have been deployed, the absence of a sustainable modernized system, including a long-delayed digital driving license, points to structural inertia. We note the department's engagement with government printing works to develop an interim card issuing solution over the next 24 months. However, members will agree that the 24 months is a long time for citizens to wait for basic services that should be delivered reliably. In the meantime, the committee welcomed the department's extension of validity periods for expired licenses and temporary permits to cushion the impact on law-abiding citizens. It did not escape the committee's attention that yet again, the much-promised digital driving license is nowhere to be found in the department's strategic plan or annual performance plan. The committee notes the department's response that the exploration of digital driving licenses has not been abandoned, and that it will be part of a long-term and not in medium-term solutions to issuing of driver's licenses. Chairperson, our observations also include the following. The Road Accident Fund remains a governance red flag. We are deeply concerned that instead of addressing internal failures flagged by the Auditor General, the RAF has launched legal challenges to disclaimed audit findings. The committee agrees with the Deputy Minister's view that these actions are reckless. The department must exercise its oversight powers and, where necessary, consider conflict resolution mechanisms in shareholder compacts to protect public funds. Under the Civil Aviation Programme, the committee noted that the seizing of funds to the air traffic navigation services that have been earmarked for the purpose of addressing obsolete communications and surveillance CNS infrastructure. Given recent near misses at South African airports, the committee calls for an urgent briefing on whether allocations made to the ATNS for this purpose during the 2024-25 and 2025-26 financial year have been utilised as intended. During the next term, the Select Committee will be undertaking an oversight visit to Airports Company South Africa and the Air Traffic Navigation Services to operations to assess the compliance to safety standards at airports. While we support transformation across all modes, aviation, maritime, road and rail, the pace remains slow. The department must strengthen its monitoring of localization targets and representation of women, youth and people with disabilities. Let me highlight another critical area raised by the committee, scholar transport safety. The committee has been shaken by repeated reports of learners dying en route to school due to poor quality transport. We asked the department whether dedicated national regulations exist to enforce vehicle fitness, driver competence, safety standards, and operating licenses. While the department referred us to the learner transport policy, it was clear that enforcement remains uneven and non-compliance by some contracting authorities persists. The committee has therefore recommended strengthened accountability measures and greater alignment between policy and safety enforcement. Chairperson, on the question of future-oriented investment, we note that the Rail Master Plan, once finalised, will guide the rollout of new corridors, including to underserved rural towns. The recovery of existing post-COVID corridors have been prioritised, but the committee believes that forward planning must begin now. A reinvigorated and modernised rail system remains the most cost-effective, carbon-efficient freight solution for South Africa's future competitiveness. We are also deeply concerned by the 20% annual increase in expenditure on consultants and advisory services. This points to insufficient internal technical capacity in the department. While the department assures us that these contracts include skills transfer requirements, the committee has requested a detailed report on the rationale, deliverables, and cost-benefit of these contracts. We must build state capacity, not outsource it indefinitely. In conclusion, Chairperson, transport is the connective tissue of our economy. It links farms to markets, workers to jobs, and cities to rural hinterlands. But for this system to function effectively, we need competent leadership, clean governance, and strategic investment that is well coordinated across all spheres of government. The Select Committee welcomes the department's alignment with the medium-term development plan and acknowledges key reforms underway, including the establishment of the Single Transport Economic Regulator, corporatisation of the Ports Authority, and third-party rail access. Minister Creasy and DM Klengwa, we appreciate the green shoots of progress and innovation as witnessed on the Select Committee's oversight visit to the Port of Cape Town recently. But we caution that they must take root in fertile soil of good governance, delivery of excellence, and institutional resilience. Therefore, honourable members, the Select Committee on Public Infrastructure and Minister in the Presidency recommends that the Council adopt the Budget Vote 40 on transport. This recommendation is supported by the majority of the committee. However, we must place on record that the economic freedom fighters do not support this budget. Their dissent is noted in the committee report. Let this House be reminded, honourable members, oversight is not about merely opposing for the sake of opposition. Have a good reason when you oppose something. It's about improving the effectiveness of public spending and demanding results that impact on people's daily lives. This that that is the work of this committee, which we continue to do, and we invite all parties to do the same. Transport, Chairperson, is not a cost. It is an investment in South Africa's economic heartbeat. It's crucial that we get South Africa moving. Thank you very much.
Honorable delegates, can you please honorable delegates, I really like to call to your attention that if elimnyama lehlile eNingizimu Africa, we've just got the message now that the former president of the Republic of South Africa, the former deputy president of the Republic of South Africa and deputy president of the African National Congress, the former provincial chairperson of the ANC in Mpumalanga, Mr. Didi Mabuza, has passed on. I really like to say to his family and friends is that this house will always keep them in their prayers, because we know that the former deputy president was the servant of the people. He was a teacher. He was the MEC for education. He was a backbencher here in parliament. He became a premier of the province. He became the deputy president of the republic. So we can see that he was an embodiment of a servant leader, that irrespective of the position he had, he always served the people of South Africa first. So I think that as the NCOP, I request that we rise for a minute of silence in his memory. The next speaker who must take the podium is going to be Honorable Kaunda. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. We express our heartfelt condolences to our former Deputy President and the leader of the African National Congress. House Chair, let me greet the Honorable Minister, Minister Chrissy, the Deputy Minister Mashasha, the Acting DG of the Department, MECs, honorable members of this August House, and fellow South Africans. Honorable House Chair, we as the ANC, we fully support Budget Vote 40 on the basis that it is responding to the vision of this country of creating a non-racial, non-sexist, united, democratic, and prosperous society. This department is charged with the responsibility, Honorable Chair, to render to the members of the Republic of South Africa an affordable, safety efficient, reliable public transport system. So therefore, when the minister presented the strategic plan for the department and the budget, we have drawn good synergies in terms of the ANC policies to be implemented to change the lives of the people of our country. The National Democratic Revolution that we are pursuing, Honorable Chairperson, requires that we also venture into radical socio-economic transformation. And that radical socio-economic transformation, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, requires that we put all our concerted efforts to de-racialize the economy of South Africa. In that exercise of de-racializing the economy of South Africa, we also need to tamper with the patterns of ownership of wealth of this country. We also need to look at the management, control, and the systems of our economy so that it is able to bring on board those who have been locked out of the mainstream economy of our country, especially blacks in general and Africans in particular. So therefore, in pursuit of this noble goal and this vision of changing this country for the better, of course, there are people who stand to benefit from this revolution who are our motive forces. The working class in particular, rural masses who have been left out of the mainstream economy. Honorable Chairperson, if we talk about, and Honorable Minister, if we talk about radical socio-economic transformation, we recognize how the government led by the African National Congress have implemented its policies to be responsive to the aspirations of South Africans. But we still need to increase the tempo in relation to transformation. Why we still need to increase this tempo, Honorable Minister, is because looking at the number of people who have benefited from the programs that this progressive government in South Africa have been rendering is minimal. That is why the poverty levels, there are more people who are living under poverty levels. So the youth of this country is not yet catered for the beneficiation in the resources that are made available at our disposal. We are raising this, Honorable Minister, because if we look at how in these 31 years, how the transformation have impacted, because governments exist to ensure that there is fundamental change in the material conditions of our people. That's the reason why governments exist. And in pursuit of that noble goal, we need to be acting with a speed to increase the tempo to ensure that the budgets that we are allocating, that we are supporting, it can go a long way in ensuring that we industrialize through this department, which we regard, Honorable Minister, as the engine of the economy. Because if you look at the roads, bridges, railway lines, our airports, our ships, in the ocean economy, that transportation on its own, it derives the strength of responding to the aspirations of South Africans. So we are raising this because the reason why the change is minimal in some aspects is because we have not yet tampered with the ownership of wealth. The ownership of wealth actually means that and implies that we need to see the majority of our people starting to own the means of production. And those means of production entails the land. They entails assets, material that get utilized. They entails human resource. They entails capital, the injection of finances so that we are able to open up the markets and ensure that those who have been locked out of the mainstream economy are now starting to benefit in the economy of our country. We are raising this because there is great potential to be unleashed in the department with all its public entities. If you look at the budget allocated, there are more jobs that can be created. And how those jobs will need to be created is to revert to this area to challenge the status quo on the ownership of means of production and how we are going to be doing that. The issue of land, we appreciate that the president has signed the act, is now the act, expropriation bill, but that is just the beginning of things. We still need to expropriate land without compensation. Because if we do not tamper with Section 25 of the Constitution, we are not going to make an impact in accessing land, especially for those of our majority of our people who are dispossessed of their own wealth. Because land is wealth, and wealth is land. So therefore, it's important, necessitates that we tamper with that status quo. But the other element on the materials and the resources that I've made mention of, the department and entities can still do better in ensuring that we put our people, especially using the ownership of businesses, which is another type which expands the participation, like cooperatives and social enterprises. And those social enterprises that must be developed and be supported and be institutionalized in terms of the support, because we do not need to support social enterprises through giving them money, but how do we institutionalize the mechanisms and the support so that they grow and grow better, so that we avert a situation, Honorable Chairperson, whereby we say these companies must just be blacklisted because they can't deliver. The reason why they can't deliver is because they are not in ownership of the means of production. They are not. They are not in the means of production. And when they are not in control of means of production, therefore, the procurement that you are using in our country, the procurement system that you are using, that is why in that radical socio-economic transformation, I've made a reference of management, control, and systems of the economy that needs to be changed. Because if we do not tamper with that, the status quo will remain. Companies, emerging companies will collapse, and the reason why they are going to collapse is because they are not in control of cement. They are not in control of steel. They are not in control of sand, which comes from the land. Those are means of production. So therefore, it necessitates that we increase our tempo to ascertain that our people do have access to the mainstream economy. Honorable Chairperson, we are not intending to create rich people in this country. That is not our own objective. Our objective is to create wealth of this country and to be owned by the majority. For now, the economy of South Africa still remains on the hands of white and males in particular. So therefore, the policy posture that we continue to take must be responsive to that, to redress the apartheid and its roots, especially on what our people have not yet benefited in a way that is expected. Honorable Chairperson, can I be protected, Honorable Chairperson, from those who are counter-revolutionaries?
Honorable Pinar, please. You have a right to heckle, but don't drown the speaker. For over to counter. All these members have.
I apologize, Chair. I'm just going to ask you to get the transport soon.
They must allow me.
Yeah, exactly.
These reductionists must allow me to continue with my speech. So, Honorable Chairperson, we say the department stands good opportunities to unleash the potential of creating these new jobs through this sector, which is strategically located in our economy. Firstly, let's deal with the construction. For us to change that, we need to tap into the transformation fund that Deputy President has just launched. That transformation fund is aimed at dealing with the enterprise and supply development. So we need to tap into it and try and expedite the process of mini industrialization of our townships and rural areas. Where do we buy the material that leads us to source asphalt? Where do we buy it from? How much? With how much? You can imagine, Honorable Chairperson, if we establish consortiums, be supported by the private sector through that Enterprise and Supply Development Fund and our government, those and social enterprises will then produce this material at a reasonable price, not what those who are monopolizing the sector, they are giving us as government. When you are looking for sand, when you're looking for steel, when you are looking for cement, those things should be produced in localities where people reside, and we must train them. There is youth in TVET's colleges who are doing these skills, and that those young people must be supported, Honorable Chairperson, because we need to align our education. We can't be having TVET's colleges being flooded, but we don't align those skills with the skills needed by the economy. So therefore, the work readiness programs must be created. In the province where I come from, Honorable Minister, we have industries which are no longer working in this industrial zone called KwaSithebe eMandeni. So now we put these young people from TVET's colleges there, they start producing this material. Honorable Chairperson, I'm not talking about something which I have not tested. I was the MEC in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and members are aware that we are putting New Jersey barriers at the cross-border to prevent this scourge of crossing of our cars to Mozambique. In that New Jersey barriers project, when I took over as the MEC, I asked my officials, how are you intending to implement this? They said we are going to take these New Jersey barriers from eThekwini and transport them to Mhlabialing. And I said, no, it's not going to happen under my watch. I said, go and train the youth in that area, and they must be produced in Mhlabialing. That is what is happening as we speak. So I'm not talking about things that we have not tested, things which are just theory. I'm talking about things which are practical, which can be implemented easily. Using the budget, leveraging the budget of the department by all entities to ascertain that our people get real development. And if we do not temper, I know, Honorable Chairperson, that if we come with these progressive policies, DA will go to court and challenge us. They must challenge us because Section 217 of the Constitution allows for this transformation that I'm talking about. When they get there, we'll defeat them in a court of law. Honorable Chairperson, these are the quick wins. These are the quick wins that we can achieve. But looking at the public transport, Honorable Chairperson, we are supporting the investment that the minister have made to ascertain that we develop this sector. Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable delegates. I know that the speech of Mbimbi was exciting, but please respond in kind as you are going to the podium. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Skerkokan from the Free State.
Chairperson, now that we can get back to the topic transportation, let's continue. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, South Africans,
Honorable
good day.
delegates, please give the speaker on the podium the chance to speak.
Let me, Deputy Chair, let me begin by expressing my appreciation for the efforts the Department of Transport has made. We may not always agree on every detail, but I must acknowledge the work that's being done to rebuild the transport system, especially in rail and the public mobility. Minister, I've shared with Chairperson Barton on so many occasions, it gives me hope and it excites me as a child when PRASA comes and they announce they've opened another passenger line. These might seem like small steps, but in a country where millions are disconnected from opportunity, every restored route is a recognition to dignity. Transport is not merely a tarmac and timetables. It's about movement. It is about how people get to work, children get to school, and families visit each other. It's how food gets from farm to plate. And this is how we as a nation connect with each other. And as the chairperson has said, and I said in my first speech last year, when you move people, you move money. And it sounds simple, and but it's profound, and that is just how we bring South Africa together. We often talk about the digital transformation and technology, but no matter how powerful your device is, if there's no network, you're down, you're stuck. But if there's a road, there's a rail, or just a bicycle path, you can move. That is the enduring power of transport. We must commend the department's commitment to strategic investment in freight, rail, maritime, and public transport. The 2025-2026 APP shows alignment with the medium-term development plan and the government of National Unity's priority of reducing carbon emissions and supporting rail revitalization, to introducing the reforms like the Economic Regulation of Transport Act and the Transport Just Transition Framework. But colleagues, we have to be honest. South Africa is at a crossroad. The strategic plan rightly notes that our competitiveness as a logistic hub is deteriorating due to decaying infrastructure, crime, inefficiencies at port, and unreliable energy resources. We are in danger of becoming a detour in Africa's trade map, bypassing by competitors like Angola, Namibia, Mozambique, who are attracting investors in their corridors like Lesotho or Walvis Bay. We must act with the same urgency as our Asian counterpart did decades ago. Nations like Singapore, South Korea, Taiwan, they understood early on that investing in movement is connecting people to opportunities and to regions, to markets, is the foundation of economic transformation. They built high-speed rail, world-class ports, an intermodal system that turned logistics into leverage. They reaped the rewards. South Africa can do the same. In fact, we must. We welcome the move to move 250 tons of freight per year until 2030. That is 150 million more. This shift is not only economic, it's environmental. Rail emits 80% less carbon per ton per kilometer than road freight. Similarly to the goal to reach 600 million passenger journeys per year, it is achievable. If PRASA continues to restore corridors and urban mobility is backed by real investment. Yet, challenges remain. The budget analyst revealed that 6.3 billion in irregular expenditure across the transport SOEs, including CASA and PRASA. 991 million was fruitlessly or wastefully spent in 2023 and 2024. Chairperson, if we do not fix government, we will not fix transport. And if we do not fix transport, we will not grow the economy. Chairperson, the reality is that some of our railway drivers need to communicate via cell phone because our rail network has insufficient signaling, which is key to increasing frequency of passenger and freight rails. So, Minister, we need to urgently finalize the investigation into the alleged dodgy signing tender with Mazia General Services. Now, PRASA increased their trips with more than 960 million. The Western Cape and Loans daily trip doubled. Transat freight increased with almost 12 million because signaling was fixed. This is the impact of signaling, and it's signaling jobs, Chairperson. The department's plan to finalize stakeholder compacts by only the fourth term of the financial year raised concerns. Stronger and more proactive oversight must be the norm, not the exception. We also need performance-based grants and public-private partnership that deliver tangible results, not just announcements. I want to commend the focus on road safety, including the plan to review the National Road Safety Strategy and the work being done on maritime vessel compliance. 50% target to reduce fatalities by 2023 is commendable, but we need to do more. Chairperson, the department has the tools. The strategic plan is sound. The APP is focused. Well, now what we need is execution, acceleration, and collaboration. We need to take a page from our Asian counterparts. Connectivity before prosperity. Build the roads before the factories. The rail before the reform. As the World Bank and the Minister reminded us, we lose 1 billion a day because inefficiencies in our logistics sector. We cannot afford further delays. Let this budget become a bridge we cross, not the barrier we blame. And I hope with expectation, in a year's time, we will not only debate plans, but we will celebrate delivery. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sterkofan. Honorable delegates, the next speaker is going to go on the visual platform. That is the MEC for Transport, Community Safety and Licensing of the Eastern Cape. Honorable Ngata, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you, the honorable members of the NCOP, honorable members of Parliament, Honorable Minister Chrissy and Deputy Minister Ehlengwa, the honorable MECs and the representatives of SALGA, all government and parliamentary officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, greetings. Honorable Chair, on behalf of the Home of the Legends, I wish to convey greetings to everyone in the plenary of the NCOP. It is our singular honor to partake in this crucial debate on the budget of the Department of Transport today. Honorable Chairperson, I address this august House dejected and heartbroken as our province is currently experiencing an unprecedented tragedy following the devastating disaster that recently struck the OR Tambo and Amatole district municipalities. This catastrophic event claimed the lives of more than 100 individuals in OR Tambo municipality. On behalf of the provincial government, I would like to once again extend our sincere condolences to the bereaved families affected by this tragedy, and at the same time express our appreciation for the support we're receiving from the national leadership as headed by His Excellency, the President, Cyril Ramaphosa. And the support that we're getting, as the Minister has indicated in the speech already, that is greatly appreciated in the province. Trusting that with the involvement of the President, it will bring impetus in the support that the province so dire require. The recent disaster has also caused extensive damage to the infrastructure, including roads, bridges, and houses. We would also like to take this opportunity to express support to the survivors of this disaster. We also urge others to join us in extending a helping hand to the affected communities. Kuba isintu sithi isandla sihlamba esinye, kwaye umntu ngumntu ngabantu. Honorable members, the Eastern Cape government supports the budget presented by our Honorable Minister, as we believe that it will significantly benefit our people, particularly the downtrodden. We believe that a substantial portion of the budget will be allocated for the construction and renovation of the road throughout the country. Indeed, honorable members, the state of our provincial and national roads remains a major cause for the public, and the Eastern Cape government is working diligently to build and repair roads despite our fiscal constraints. And we take pride in the progress we have made so far in constructing state-of-the-art roads across all municipalities in the province, despite our financial constraints. We will maintain our commitment to build these roads as part of providing safety to road users, economic growth, and alleviating poverty. This is why we are pleased with the decision of the National Department of Transport and SANRAL to take over 3,099 kilometers of provincial roads. As a provincial government, we hope that a substantial number of these roads will be included in the takeover, as this will significantly assist in addressing the 3 billion rand infrastructure backlog in our province. We sincerely commend the National Department of Transport for this important initiative. The road conditions in the Eastern Cape province remains a concern, as I've indicated, and our major challenge is underfunding, which we all know is due to the province's fiscal status. Another challenge confronting the province is the issue of abnormal weather conditions and climate change, as we can see what has happened in the province in OR Tambo and Amatola district. These abnormal weather conditions are posing a significant risk to our roads infrastructure. Honorable members, our province continues to experience heavy rainfall and flooding, which are destroying bridges and causing significant damage to our road infrastructure, and scientists attribute the ongoing droughts and floods along the Eastern Cape coastline to climate change. These unusual weather patterns have resulted in substantial damage to our infrastructure. 90% of our roads are gravel roads, which require frequent maintenance due to the extent of these extreme conditions. Honorable Chair, indeed, the taxi industry remains the major source of transport, as the Minister has indicated, for the majority of South African commuters. The Eastern Cape government welcomes the Minister's intervention in the taxi industry. The Minister's dedicated efforts align beautifully with President Nelson Mandela's call for peace and stability in the industry. Tata Mandela emphasized that the responsibility for ending violence and fostering peace in the taxi industry rests with all of us. And the Eastern Cape government has decided to take action in the taxi industry to curb violence by convening the leaders of all associations and bus operators in the Eastern Cape to sign a historic peace accord. This initiative aims to promote peace and stability within the industry. It is imperative that we all contribute to a journey towards lasting peace, a journey that declares we are no longer willing to tolerate the violence that has affected our province within the taxi industry. The Eastern Cape government has also embarked in this regard on a journey to formalize the transport industry in the province. In 2024, the Provincial Department of Transport hosted the first ever colloquium at the ICC in East London, bringing together non-subsidized operators such as taxi owners and small bus operators. This successful event, organized by the Provincial Department, aimed to find lasting solutions to the challenges faced by these operators. We are now planning to engage with other relevant national departments and stakeholders to implement the resolutions agreed upon during the colloquium. This clearly demonstrates the government's commitment to ensure the industry's success in the province. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, honorable members, the Eastern Cape scores of workers and students still rely on trains for their travel needs. We are committed to working tirelessly to ensure that our passenger rail system offers safe, reliable, and affordable transportation for all. As a province, we will fully support the Minister's goal of achieving 600 million passenger journey per year by 2030. Lastly, honorable members, on behalf of the Eastern Cape government, we endorse the budget as we firmly believe that it is a progressive budget that will improve the lives of our people, especially those who are in most disadvantaged areas. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, for your input. And then the next member will be called here is Honorable Makesini. But what I would like to announce is that there's tea available outside. You can just go one by one and ensure that the house is not broken down, please. Over to Honorable Makesini.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Greeting to the members. And also let me extend our condolences to the former Deputy President of South Africa, Comrade Diti Mabuza. Siyabulela Honorable Kaunda ngokupresenta iposition ye committee. It is indeed a true reflection what you just presented. Not obubuxoki besibuxolelwa apha singabazi bobuvelaphi. EFF ize kokuluxoxo lwemali ixhalabile inomsindo ngenxa yokubonakalisa ukuba indlela zelizwe lethu azikho kwindlela ekakuhle and abantu abaninzi abafumana ingozi kwezindlela zethu ngaba bantu bakuthi esiba representayo. So ilanga nelanga House Chairperson siyababona abantu bakuthi beba affected isikule service delivery. Ide asisakwazi nokuyibiza noba i-service delivery. It is the war against the poor. Abantu bakuthi baxhalabila, abantu bakuthi bayabulawa. Indeed, Honorable Skepskoraru Doctor, uthethile is a plan. Uthi ngenye lelanga uzovuya xa ungenaza iplan kuze a proper service delivery. Sivumelana nayo. Iposition besithethe kwicommittee ke kakade leyo. Chairperson, today we are expected to approve this budget that only benefit the few and the large percentage of the large people percentage of this country abekho are covered kule budget adoptwayo namhlanje. And asinantloni ngokungavumelani nale budget ngoba yinto besithethile kwicommittee. Nimbonile Honorable Kaunda ba iGNU apha iyatsala-tsalana ayivumelani ngoba kakade ilento ibudget lesixoxayo it's just a plan and ayikho asiyiboni. In the province of Free State apho ndisuka khona ulamasipala obizwa uMoqhaka kunendlela ebizwa R34 indlela eyogqitha eNwathe iyofika eFrankfurt municipality which is Mafube municipality. La ndlela iimembers zeparlament xa besenze oversight eFree State bayibonile ayiyondlela zezigodi abantu bayasoleka kula ndlela ayiyondlela enokuthi abantu bangahambe uduzubize ngathi imoto ungayithwala phezu kwentloko kunobuhambe ngayo. This is not an isolated incident that is happening in Free State. It affects all provinces. Rural roads has become a corridor of pain, abandonment and death. In Bushbuck Ridge, Nkomazi municipality, Dr. J.S. Morocco, Umkhonto and the entire community are cut off during the rainy season. Abakwazi uya kwiklinik, abantwana abakwazi ufikelela ezikolweni ngoba indlela azikho kwindlela kusimo esihle azikwazi uhamba iskola transport ezifikelele ebantwini bakuthi bakwazi abantwana bafumane imfundo abantu bafumane service delivery kwiklinik. Iambulance ziyophuka abantu bazimele dezingade zifike ngabanye amaxesha amaninzi abantu belindile. In Gauteng, in the province, which account for the 7th biggest GDP in South Africa, the estimate of the potholes, the whole Gauteng province, is 21,000. Uwesi xa unofika eMfuleni municipality akho ndlela ezihambekayo. That is why sisithi le budget asikwazi uba singavumelana nayo. Makuthathwe inkonzo imali isetyenziselwe le nto efanele yenziwe. In the Northwest province, the roads ziphelile, it affects the economy, abantu abakwazi ukwenza ibusiness ngoba indlela zase Northwest azihambeki. So in the Eastern Cape, the road infrastructure is a crisis. I report a Human Rights Commission also ithethile ngereport epresentwe Human Rights Commission ukuthi indlela zase Eastern Cape ayizondlela abantu abakwazi ufumana inkonzo. That is why sithi ibudget mayibe indlela apho kuplanwa ngayo, make ithethe ibudget ise inkonzo ichithe indlela uba ibudget besenziwa ngakhona prior 1994. Ibudget make iyenzwe ibenefit abantu abanompula zica abahlele ezilalini abangenanto abasokolayo. Ibudget ke ba benefit nabo into ze transport zingagqithi ziyelwandle zibuye ziyelwandle Kapa make ziye ebantwini abazindikayo inkonzo. For many in the provinces, in rural towns, poor roads are not just an inconvenience but a barrier of survival. Ambulances are often unable to reach critical ill patients, leading to preventable the death. Most of abantu bakuthi basweleka. Children in the remote road struggle to get to school is a problem. The entire village is frequently cut from the essential suppliers when the heavy rain to wash away indlela zakuthi ngoba indlela ingathi lukhuko uyalondlala uvukele ekuseni ulondlule ngoba ngumondlalo ayisezondlela ezo. The local business, in particular of those, particularly in those in transport and agriculture, face mounting loss of the profit as road condition damage the vehicle and delays deliveries in the upper computer corner. In the Eastern Cape, the length significantly is behind the rest of the country in the infrastructure. Its development is within only 9%. Kwi percentage ye country at 25. Indlela zase Eastern Cape ithi akutsho thina ireport esifumene ku Human Rights Commission. Minister, ziphi indlela eziconnecta i-Sub-Sahara continent region aze abantu bakwazi bafumane inkonzo. Yintoni esiyenzayo ukuconnecta the continent ukumeka sure abantu bakuthi bazifumana inkonzo ngoba ezinkonzo zibaluleke kuthi sonke. The crumbling infrastructure in the Eastern Cape is more than just a logistical challenge, Chairperson. It is a crisis that continues to infringe upon the fundamental and rights of the people every day. And in Mpumalanga, the same government have cut the budget from 2019 to 2021. The budget ikhathiwe, that is why 17 municipalities, including the strategic district like Tabachweni, Emalahleni, Govenbeki, and Chief Albert Tulu. Imasipala zikwazi ukuphala ngeservices ngenkonzo ngoba azikho indlela. These are the areas hold a vital tourist and cold roads that is the maintenance is not done. Instead, the rural black lives are treated like disposable. Chairperson, I also like to remind this House how 3 years ago in 2022, the then Deputy Minister or Deputy President wake wavula project Operation Vala Zonke to get rid of the potholes. Today, we still have potholes in our major road, including in the local municipality. Yintoni benivala, okunye benivala imilomo, abantu bangakwazi uthetha xa bekule podium, okunye banivala indlela na. Yet today, akukho kwanto ekuthiwa yavaleka. Ministers and premiers and mayor who are responsible for this degradation drive for the past badlula kwezindlela, most of the time bona ba safety because they are drivers in luxurious car as a state. And into abayilibalayo ipower bayibolokiwe 5 years to come bazabe bengaphandle bazawuzidinga ezitoyota zabo bazibeke ezigarage uba zihambe kwezindlela. So indlela mazilungiswe ngoba nabo bazawuzidinga kusasa. More so in Buffalo municipality, BCM Honorable Mandaniso, where Premier Oscar Mabuyane, no Princess Faku, but dodger potholes on a daily basis. Abayiboni isisono, bayibona in normal. So asizutula because this is criminal government. Many areas in South Africa only have a gravel road. They required constant maintenance to keep them safe, but azikwazi ukumaintainwa because imali iyatyiwa ayisebenzisi imali egranti into ebefanele isebenziswe zona. So the lives of our people babekwe kundlela engekho ntle. To make matters worse, over reliance on the road and freight in particularly for the coal and mining logistic has turned our national road into destruction zone. Heavy trucks on the roads lead to the massive structural damage, increased deadly accident, and reducing the lifespan of the road users. And every day siyababona abantu basweleka, siluze abantu eFrayeti, ama-fighter ethu esuke eralini indlela ngoba abantu badibana netruck. Chairperson, in the EFF demand kuba make siyeke ukwenza excuse, make senze izinto ni deliver niyekuthetha kudala nithetha for 30 years. It's high time uba ke nisebenze nipha abantu inkonzo eziyabantwini. Conduct immediate forensic audit into all provincial roads and that so that ni make sure imali iyabantwini and if they must account for the 5 years. Reinstate and expanded rural roads resurfacing to state-owned Alphard plant and the public sector's engineers. Revive our neglect rail system. Thina apho sisuka khona sinazo ziprodi apho itrain zazihamba khona. Today uyibona isistory umntana akayazoba yintoni itrain apha sisuka khona because ayikho infrastructure ehambisa itrain. Kufuneka umntana aze eKapa okanye eCape Town okanye eJoburg akwazi ubona kodwa benento bezihamba sikhule sizazi ba itrain ziyasetyenziswa. Fast track the issue of Muloto Road Corridor Chair because it's long overdue. If you want abantu ni support abantu mekani sure uba la ndlela iyalungiswa so that our commuters they can get services, they can travel easy, avoid into the accident. Truly committed, if you want a truly committed and service delivery, let's make sure our road is accessible, effectively and reliable. But indeed in this country, our roads are not accessible. Our road is very expensive, transport yethu, abantu abakwazi usebenzisa transport. Xa beyisebenzisayo, bafakwa kwibhaki, babulawe, bafe, and sifuna nalento taxi, ezitrakhe ezenziwe itaxi idilwe ngayo iphele kudala kuthethwa ngayo. Also the EFF will not rest a chair as long as abantu bakuthi besifa bengafumani inkonzo eziyabantwini. Asizuthula chairperson ngoba siyayazi abantu bakuthi bayazidinga inkonzo. Ukuba abantu ababini baxolile thina everyday sidibana nezi challenges siyababona abantu baba affected. Ukuba nicinga nawuhlala niku government niku power forever licingani lungiselana ni future ngoba niyaphuma ku power ne GNU sizawukuni leader nizawuzi leader I service delivery. So EFF I support le budget and ngoba nyani the position ye committee esivumelene ngayo siyabulela.
Thank you, Honorable Makasine. I believe your turn has ended. Thank you, Honorable Makasine. Honorable members, we proceed with the debate at the podium, the formal debate. Good afternoon, honorable members and ladies and gentlemen. The next speaker at the podium will be the member from Gauteng, Honorable Nzimande.
Honorable Chair, thank you.
Order, members. I'm sure there can be spirited debate in the corridors afterwards. Let's hear the person at the podium.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. Members of public, members in this house, and everyone that is on virtual platform, I greet you all. Chair, there is something called Korsakoff. It's a very serious illness. I used to work in health. It affects those people that take too much of liquor. Then it creates gaps in the mind. I don't blame Honorable Pardianos to forget that we already set our objection, and I don't blame him to forget that we never spoke about Mlifi and and the gamma. So it's just connecting things that are not there. But let me clarify something. Is that we, as the Mkhonto Wesizwe, declare upfront that we are not supporting this budget vote, and they will state the reasons. We are not just simply getting joy on just rejection. You may have key and good key priorities, but if the plans are couched incorrectly, you may not realize the objectives or the long-term objectives that you have. But owing to the constraints of time that I have, I'll just elevate some few matters to show you that it will be irrational and unjustifiable to accept this budget. First, I will just deal with classical example, elevating them from the plans. The first one deals with the outcome, providing increased infrastructure investment, access, efficiency, and cost. This outcome is incorrectly couched, for it will never deliver to the deliverable agreement between the minister and the president. The reason being the outcome indicator does not and should not indicate the direction to change, increase, or decrease. The second part is that the second performance indicator that is attached to this outcome suggests that the number of jobs created through public infrastructure projects. Clearly, honorable members and the public, you can witness that there is no causal link between this performance outcome and the indicator. As the number of jobs created cannot be a correct measure for an intended outcome to increase infrastructure investment. Similarly, the performance indicator stating approval of road accident benefit scheme cannot be a correct measure for an intended outcome of increased infrastructure investment. The same goes to the performance indicator stating implementation of road traffic 24 hours, policing at highways. It is incorrectly couched. In fact, the indicator does not use action words and continuous tense. Thirdly, the outcomes are incorrectly couched in these plans. For example, there's an outcome that says implementation of open access to freight rail network. The outcome is not an action or an activity, but immediate result of an action or activity. Simply what we produce or deliver is an output. Accordingly, it must be crafted as a result. Undoubtedly, the axiomatic facts inherent from the plans evinces that the performance indicators and output across all programs have no causal link with performance outcome. Accordingly, they cannot lead to the realization of strategic goals and the key priorities. Now I want to present the government failure to play its role as a developmental state. 60% of households are spending more than what the policy dictates on transportation if compared with 10% policy target. These plans will never change the living standard of the poor and vulnerable. On rails, the plans as presented are not going to realize the extension of rail lines to rural, semi-rural areas and small towns, which are predominantly blacks. It just perpetuates apartheid spatial arrangement. Marine and foreign trade, currently it is known that over 80% of all trade is seaborne, but the plans have failed to provide desired outcome and measurable performance indicators intending to achieve higher seaborne trade for our economy to grow. The plans are not addressing the poor logistic facilities. Insufficient budgeting shall not lead to improvement on the quality of ports infrastructure with the intent to the betterment of logistic performance within the continental countries and internationally. The consequence of this failure shall not lead to economic growth on aviation, licensing, and registration. The plans do not provide succinct intervention to transform this sector. The demographic picture still present inequalities where white still dominate, both aeroplane and helicopter. The department just keep mum, say, it's fine, as long as of us bedla kahle. On taxi industry, notwithstanding taxi industry transportation, the transporting commuters that are above 8%, as opposed to buses. They've still been told, even now, that we are reviewing and they wait, whereas others are still enjoying subsidy. And this is killing the business of the black person. The plans are not providing definite impact on subsidy allocation. The budget set aside to condemn taxis is not meant to help taxi owners to remain in business. It just takes them out of business because whatever that is given is less than on what the deposit of a new taxi is. Monthly installment is not less than 10,000, whereas they don't even make such 10,000 in a month. Now they are being forced to go to bathi siyodla imizila ngoba ayikho into esizoyenza bezama ukusave amatekisi abo. Akukho esibasiza ngakho uhulumeni lo nakulama plane akafuni ukubasiza ngalutho. Supporting the funding of the plans as they currently couch will be too myopic, irresponsible, and insensitive to the taxpayers. Furthermore, the reduction on the budget shall adversely impact on the national potholes as now advanced. I'm not going to also get into those because they are already raised. Now, this is what we want to submit. That over and above what we agree with Honorable Kaunda, on a political contextual perspective, siyabonga Kaunda, impela section 25 kufanele su amende. Na yonke political ishilo sihluke nje la mawusuthi support the budget. We submit the following in line. Yeah, no, can see the very same part. Uchambo biyakhuluma naye namhlanje akasuwe. We submit the following with our people's mandate document. Increased investment on a seaborne infrastructure to boost the economy, integration of public transport and completion of subsidization of taxi. We still say that whilst we are still busy with the review. Establish a state-owned fund to finance the taxi industry on the developmental basis to free the taxi industry from the clutches of parastatic financial institutions. Establish a state-owned taxi and bus manufacturing company, which is nearly closer to what Honorable Kaunda was saying, to provide affordable, safe, and green vehicle. Increase access and provide an integrated transport system in the rural areas by revitalizing the rail system.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Nzimande.
Train station in small towns and rural areas. Mantla kulo mkhonto.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, members next to the podium will be the Honorable Breert from the Freedom Front Plus. Honorable Breert. Honorable Minister, it's clear that the members are excited about this debate, but I hope you're enjoying the excitement and the discussion. Honorable Breert, the platform is yours.
Dankie, agbare huisvoorsitter. Welkom, agbare minister en adjunkminister. Die departement van vervoer is as het ware die ruggraat van Suid-Afrika. Sonder goeie instandgehoude paaie, spoorweë en hawens, dis op die water en op die grond, sal die land effektiewelik gekrippel wees. Noodreaksie word beperk, verspreidingskettinge word onderbreek, die ekonomie neem af, toerisme word geïmpakteer, terwyl belovende toekomstige beleggers nie meer belangstel om te belê nie. Daar is vir my geen twyfel dat 'n land wat sy ekonomie wil groei, sy pad- en vervoerinfrastruktuur se instandhouding as 'n prioriteit moet beskou en dienooreenkomstig optree nie. Verwaarloosde vervoerinfrastruktuur is werklik die pad na chaos. In the early 1910s, South Africa's road maintenance was rated as one of the best on the African continent. But today, almost 70% of the roads in the Free State province, the province I come from, are so poorly maintained that they have been deemed unsafe for motorists. While an estimated 45 billion rand is needed to address the backlog in the Free State, the province's budget for road infrastructure is merely 2.5 billion rand. Not only does this not even cover the continued maintenance of current usable roads, it does not address the current backlog. This makes any meaningful progress impossible. Die Vrystaat is die voedselmandjie van die land. Sonder paaie kan boere nie hul produkte by die markte, die verbruiker of by die hawens uitkry nie. In September verlede jaar het SANRAL beraam dat hulle 'n ongelooflike 307 miljard rand nodig het om die nasionale padnetwerk te opgradeer. Dit is meer as 1400 projekte. Hierdie taak is veral kommerwekkend gegee dat SANRAL verskeie provinsiale paaie moes oorneem, maar nie die nodige fondse gegee is om hierdie projekte te dek nie. In 2023 het SANRAL in 'n verslag gesê dat dit 'n fiskale afgrond bereik het in terme van die balansering van netwerkgroei teenoor onvoldoende fondse per kilometer. Dit het duidelik geword dat vorige padtoelaas nie met die nodige leeftyddekingskostes gedoen is nie. Die realiteit is dat SANRAL se volhoubaarheid en die volhoubaarheid om dienste te lewer soos wat die las van paaie verhoog daadwerklik aangespreek behoort te word. This department and its entities have also been marred by issues of UIFW, corruption and mismanagement. It is my sincere hope that the recent arrests of former Transnet CEOs and employees over the alleged fraudulent 93 million locomotive tender will pave the way forward for accountability, but much more needs to be done to ensure broad-based accountability. The government must confront a crucial truth. As long as those guilty of corruption and chronic mismanagement of transport sector funds go unpunished and no effective system is implemented to prevent future abuse, no amount of funding or board reshuffling will save South Africa from the looming economic and social collapse. Without urgent action to enforce accountability, curb mismanagement, and address the severe skills deficit, the infrastructure crisis will only deepen, dragging the nation down a road along with it. En om vinnig te kyk na 'n paar ander bekommernisse, agbare minister, die padongelukke fonds wat die OG Hof toeneem vir sy ongunstige adverse of weerhoude disclaimer auditbevindinge, moet hulle nie dalk eerder fokus om juis dit wat verkeerd is reg te maak nie. Moving into aviation, there is negative growth under the civilian aviation programs due to the ceasing of funds to the ATNS. Minister, you did address this and I am glad and I hope that report will address it, as media reports have said that flight instrument systems should be recalibrated and that can be detrimental to commercial air flight. Chairperson, and not even touching the driving license card issuing crisis, I think that has been mentioned by our chairperson. Minister, vervoer is die algemene faktor wat alle sektore, industrieë en mense in Suid-Afrika, van landbou tot mynbou en selfs mediese sorg, die klere wat jy koop en die kos wat jy eet, van die president tot die armste, mees kwesbare Suid-Afrikaner raak. Vervoer raak ons almal. Dit moet nou aangespreek word, nie môre nie. Dankie.
Baie dankie, agbare breed vir die insette. Honourable members, that takes us to the next speaker. Beg your pardon, and the next speaker will be the Deputy Minister of Transport, the Honourable Hlengwa. Honourable Hlengwa.
There we go. All right. Thank you very much, House Chairperson, for the opportunity. Honourable Minister Creasy, Minister of Transport, the acting DG and our DDGs, our entities, honourable members. Maybe let me just start off with one or two things. Chair, I think it's rather disingenuous for the MK and the EFF to oppose the budget and then go on to spell out the things that need to be done, which are covered in the budget and that we are providing for in the budget. So you can't be half pregnant, and say we must build roads. The budget is providing for the provision of roads. All the things that you say must be fixed are in this budget. Now, the Honorable Ndimande speaks about the taxi industry. The taxi industry does not share in your pessimism. We are engaging with them and they are clear about the programs and plans that we have. We are in alignment. We are fostering a very healthy working relationship with the taxi industry. And as we regularly meet, we are finding solutions to the problem. So as you are also making an example of being a healthcare worker, let me give you this one. We Now, the Honorable Makesini goes on to also push back on the budget and the issues that she raised around provincial roads and so on. It's all provided for in the budget. In fact, Chair, let me give you this. Under Minister Creasy, every indicator is up. Aviation, we're doing well. In terms of passengers, rail, we're doing well. Road to rail, we're doing well. Our logistics movement has improved. Our passenger numbers have improved. When you speak about road accidents, for the first 5 months of this year, there is a reduction of 8% in fatal road accidents and a reduction of 9% in fatalities. So I'm not so sure which South Africa you are living in, but the one which we are living in, under this ministry, from a transport perspective, I can assure you that we are doing well and we continue to be on a trajectory of improvement. Are there challenges? Yes, and we are meeting them head on. You speak about the Road Accident Fund. We are on record to say we are stabilizing the entity from a leadership perspective, refocusing it in order for it to deal with its core function, its core mandate, and we have also indicated that we'll be reintroducing the Road Accident Benefit Scheme so that we can have a no-fault system. We can ensure that we are paying annuities. We can ensure that we are paying the right recipients, making it easy for claimants to come in and pushing back on the frontiers of illegal immigrants. I know on that one, of course, the EFF may be found wanting because they're also speaking about regional integration. It's not our jobs to build roads in Zambia and Zimbabwe and Malawi. We're going to spend South African resources on South African roads. So it is indeed an absolute pleasure. There's the issue that has been raised, Honorable Skiokekhel. You speak about signaling. At the very heart embedded in this budget, and what the Minister of Finance said is the key question around signaling, and it's precisely why the Minister is leading an intervention to ensure that PRASA is actually moving and the recovery of lands is going to gain impetus because of the fact that funding is at the center of our plans, including but not limited to also ensuring that logistics actually moves. So let us disabuse ourselves of this pessimism. The chairperson of the Select Committee speaks about scholar transport. We would really want to invite the council to look at this key question, because this is a competence of the Department of Basic Education. Yes, we have a role in it, but it is important that the policy clarity is provided for by the Department of Basic Education, and we will do what we need to do from ensuring that vehicles are roadworthy, ensure the safety is there and so on. But as a function, I believe that you need to focus on the right department, because I believe we must apportion responsibility to where it is actually housed. Chairperson, South African roads record some 12,000 road fatalities annually, which is a human catastrophe that is both unacceptable and unsustainable. We are committed as the department to the National Road Safety Strategy that we are revising, which its targets are aligned with our global obligations under the United Nations Development Goals in the Decade of Action. In line with the United Nations, we have committed to halving road fatalities by the year 2030, and as I've said, our efforts are beginning to yield measurable results, as in the first 5 months of 2025, fatal road crashes have declined by 8% and fatalities declined by 8% compared to the same period last year. However, While progress is being made, we remain deeply concerned by the alarming proportion of pedestrian fatalities, which currently account for 45% of all road-related deaths. This tragic statistic underscores the urgent need for intensified action and comprehensive public education. We recognize that pedestrians, especially those in vulnerable communities, are at an increased risk, and we are committed to addressing this issue head-on through targeted awareness programs, improved infrastructure, and stronger enforcement of pedestrian safety laws, and we aim to drastically reduce these preventable deaths. Chair, at the heart of a comprehensive strategy to enhance road safety lies the transformative ARTO. This groundbreaking legislation is set to revolutionize how we address traffic violations and foster a culture of compliance on all our roads by introducing a demerit point system. ARTO will incentivize responsible driving, penalize repeat offenders through the progressive loss of points, and ultimately the suspension of driving licenses. The implementation, Chairperson, of Phase 2 of ARTO is due for the 1st of December 2025, and this represents a pivotal moment in our broader mission to drastically reduce road fatalities. We are targeting 69 municipalities that are ready to begin the rollout, ensuring a phased, deliberate approach that allows for rigorous monitoring and evaluation of each municipality's readiness. This strategic, controlled implementation will lay the foundation for a far more widespread and effective adoption of the system. And therefore, we urge all municipalities and provinces to ensure that they are ready promptly so that we can be able to roll out on the 1st of December. The Road Traffic Management Corporation, we were pleased to announce that in 2020, last financial year rather, processed some 2 million online license renewals, an increase of 56.4%, and recorded some over 78,000 online vehicle registrations. These innovations have reduced queues, improved service efficiency, and empowered citizens. For those interested in regional integration, our growth is interlinked to our neighbors, and the regional integration strategy approved by Cabinet in March 2024 aligns our transport agenda with the broader foreign policy and developmental agendas. Delays at borders such as Beit Bridge, Libombo, compromise trade and undermine our competitiveness, and therefore we are digitizing border management, improving interagency coordination, and expanding public-private partnerships to ensure a smooth flow of all our corridors. Excuse me. On the Provincial Roads Maintenance Grant for the 25-26 financial year, the PRMG has allocated some 17.85 billion rands, and while the Rural Asset Management System grant receives 126 million. These funds will finance resealing, regraveling, pothole repair in the Valazonke program, as well as data collection for road and bridge conditions. We aim to create some 160,000 jobs, including women and youth and people with disabilities. In addition, 96 rural bridges will be constructed under the Welisizwe program, and there too ensuring that we create jobs. We also want to say that we have established a follow the money audit team at national, which is our mini scoper, which will ensure that we monitor the use of the PRMG funds to ensure transparency and accountability. We also urge provinces to relook at their own finances in terms of the equitable share so that we can be able to leverage and balance our finances in this regard in a manner that will yield the necessary results. Therefore, the budget we have presented here is not just a financial instrument. It is a moral commitment to build a transport system that works for South Africa. We have no time for complacency, and it's certainly one of our commitments as a department. It would be remiss of me if I do not thank Minister Creasy for her unwavering leadership and guidance and monitoring and mentorship to myself personally and to the department as a whole in ensuring that the work of the country gets done. We want to thank the Acting Director General, our chairpersons and CEOs and all boards, and our DDGs and all the staff at the Department of Transport. We are hard at work. We are doing what must be done. We do not share in the pessimism of some in this house. The Department of Transport is hard at work. The sector is turning the corner, and we are committed to our own commitments. The medium-term development plan as our basic minimum program of action is our North Star. So watch this space.
Thank
Your
you, Deputy
pessimism
Minister.
has got no space in what we are doing. Minister, lead us, keep it up. Thank you.
Old habits die hard. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Slengwa, for your well-informed inputs into the debate. And honourable members, the next speaker at the podium will be the Honourable Mabibo from the Northwest.
Thank you, Chairperson. According to the National Development Plan, South Africa needs to be served by a set of efficient, financially sound and well-governed state-owned enterprises by 2030 that address the country's developmental objectives in areas where neither the executive arms of government nor private enterprises can do so effectively. The NDP also promotes a South African development state that fosters and directs development to benefit all members of society, particularly the impoverished, and fosters unity around long-term national goals as opposed to immediate limited ones. Therefore, a developmental state must be able to improve living standards of its citizens while transforming its economic basis by encouraging profitable, productive economic activity. It establishes and maintains a policy environment that promotes growth, exports, profitable investment, and human well-being. Without efficient, integrated, and efficient transport system, it would not be possible to achieve other goals, as the transport sector is a driving engine and cuts across all sectors of the economy. That is why the African National Congress supports this budget of Government of National Unity to serve our people as an instrument to improve their lives and increase service delivery to our people from our respective provinces. There are many things the budget has covered, but I would like to commence with civil aviation and its importance to our provinces and the country as a whole. Civil aviation connects the country to other countries in the shortest possible time. This enables the export of perishable goods from the country and positively contributes to the GDP of the country. Over the recent past, the air traffic navigation service have had challenges with navigation equipment, especially in bad weather. This budget both seeks to change that state of affairs. Air Traffic and Navigation Services Company during the 2024 medium-term expenditure framework period, 422 million was provided, with 204 million in 2024 to 2025 and 218 million in 2025 to 2026 was set aside for the corporation to modernize its navigational system in order to guarantee that it will continue to fulfill its obligation. It is anticipated that the total spending will rise from 2 billion in 2024 to 2025 to 2.5 billion in 2027 to 2028 at an average annual rate of 7.4%. Employee compensation is expected to make up 62.3%, which is 4.4 billion of total expenditures in upcoming terms, whereas spending on goods and services is expected to make up to 26.9%, which is 1.9 billion. South Africa's transportation industry depends heavily on civil aviation, which also contributes significantly to trade, tourism, job generation, and economic growth. It connects the nation both domestically and internationally by facilitating the flow of people and goods. The sector employs hundreds of thousands of people and contributes significantly to the gross domestic product. The Air Traffic and Navigation Services Company is self-funded on the anticipation over the medium term is that it would provide collaboration and aeronautical service to the aviation industry, mostly through approach and en route fees, accounting 7 billion of its revenue. It is anticipated that the total will rise from 2 billion in 2024 to 2025 to 2.6 billion in 2027 to 2028 at an average annual rate of 8.9%. In South Africa, approximately 70...
Point of order, please. Please take your seat, please, Honourable Mabibo.
Chair, Rule 68.
Yes, Honourable Bornos.
But Chair, I'm sorry, but I'm really trying to concentrate on what's being said at the speech. And behind me is this constant chatter. And if the EFF don't like what's being said here, maybe they would leave the room and listen outside to their phones, not inside the house.
Thank you, Honourable Bornos. Honourable Bornos, your point of order is sustained. Honourable Aris, your behaviour is unbecoming in the chamber, and I do ask you to focus on the business at hand. You're sitting laughing and disturbing the person at the podium. Honourable Aris, order. Please continue, Honourable Mabibo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In South Africa, approximately 70,000 to 80,000 people are employed by airlines, airports operators, airports on-site business, which include restaurants and shops, aircraft manufacturers, and air navigation service providers. The air transport industry support the business, and additionally, the industry support approximately over additional 113,000 jobs by purchasing goods and services from regional vendors. Furthermore, it is projected that the industry support approximately 48,000 to 55,000 through employment from employees' wages, some of all of which are then used to purchase consumer products and services. An extra 241,000 to 250,000 employments are thought to be supported by foreign visitors who fly into South Africa and utilize the hospitality industry. In the rapidly changing global aviation, the airport company South Africa is dedicated to generating and providing value of all its stakeholders. In order to achieve this, Chairperson, can I be protected, please?
Honourable Mabibo, please continue.
Okay. It will put its modified approach into practice over the medium term in order to support innovation, enhance infrastructure, and promote growth and recovery. From 6.9 billion in 2024-2025 to 8 billion in 2027-2028, total expenditure is anticipated to rise at an average annual rate of 4.9% over the next 3 years. Products and services are forecasted to make up to 45.5%, 10.5 billion of the company overall budget. Due to the tariff rise in 2024 to 2025 and an anticipated above inflation increase in non-aeronautical revenue is estimated to grow at an average annual rate of 9% from 7.7 billion in 2024 to 2025 to 10 billion in 2027 to 2028. In order to ensure the safe, effective, and dependable movement of people and goods across borders, as well as to promote economic development and regional integration with the South African development community, it is imperative that cross-border road freight and passengers transport in South Africa be regulated. A major player in this regulation in the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency, which facilitates trade, cuts down on border delays and encourages fair competition from 388.3 million in 2025 to 2020, in 2024 to 2025 to 443.9 million in 2027-2028 is the expenditure, which is anticipated to rise at an average annual rate of 4.6%, mostly due to expenditures on administration, law enforcement, regulatory services, and facilitation. The agency primary source of income are permit and administrative fees. It is anticipated that the revenue will rise from 388.4 million in 2024-2025 to 447.3 million in 2027-2028 at an average rate of 4.8%. A backlog in license production, antiquated printing equipment, and problems with the renewal of procedure are just a few of the driving license related difficulties facing our provinces and South African transformation industry. This has created much frustration for members of the public attempting to acquire driver's license and car license. During this financial year, these critical areas, which is a source of challenge, need to be corrected towards ensuring more efficient transport system. Through driving license card account, the plan is to spend an estimated 173 million over the medium term to acquire a new card production machine in order to increase productivity. It is anticipated that spending will rise from 274.9 million in 2024-2025 to 321.6 million in 2027-2028 at an average yearly rate of 5.4%. Driving license card sales are the entity primary source of income. However, dependence on the outdated, less effective equipment has resulted from delays in acquiring the new machine. Revenue is predicted to decline from 377.7 million in 2024-2025 to 331.1 million in 2027-2028 at an average rate of 4.3% due to the use of the outdated machine. After a new machine is successfully acquired and put into service, this trend is probably going to reverse and revenue is anticipated to rise over medium term. In order to guarantee effective and fair port of operation, the South African ports regulate is essential. Its main duties include regulating commercial ports, economic operations in South Africa, making sure they support government goals.
Thank you, Honourable Mabibo. Your time has expired.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As the African National Congress, we support. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next visitor to the podium will be the Honourable Billy, Democratic Alliance.
The House Chair, the Deputy Minister and the Minister, and the fellow South Africans. Chairperson, I want to assure the ministers, or the Minister and the Deputy Minister, that this House has got no direct relations with the Chinese Communist Party in one way or another. But what I want to do today, we must speak honestly about the state of our country's transport system, both its promise and its deep failures. Honorable Badenhorst mentioned this in his report. Chairperson, I'm not sure what's going on.
Please, Honourable Members, don't drown out the Speaker. Honourable Billy, please continue. You have a microphone.
I want to join Honorable Badenhorst in welcoming the arrest of the former Transnet executives, Siyabonga Gama and Brian Molife, who played a central role in dismantling South Africa's freight railway system. The recent election as a member of parliament of these two members of the NK party.
Please take a seat, Honorable Billy. Yes, Honorable Badenhorst.
Rule 68, Chair.
Yes, sir.
It's just Honorable Keza is so busy protecting Honorable Kahunda that nobody can hear the speech here. So can I just please not drown out the speaker?
Thank you, Honorable Badenhorst. Take your seat. Honorable members, please, let's allow the member at the podium to have his say. The other members have been given opportunity to be heard. Please, you may heckle, but let's not drown the speaker. Honorable Billy, please continue your speech. Honorable Billy, please continue.
It's an extension of the
order, members. Members, it's a long day. It's going to be a long 3 more weeks. Let's allow each other to debate. Thank you.
Chairperson, I've touched the nerves of the pseudo-revolutionaries. The recent election of these two members, which I've mentioned, Siyabonga Gama and Brian Molife, for the MK party into parliament, reveals the true nature of the MK party, a political formation not born out of vision, but out of vengeance and vested interest. We must continue to warn our people that the MK party is not here to serve the poor. It is here to continue the looting of public institutions. That's exactly what it is. Chairperson, the Department of Transport is central to building an inclusive economy. Without safe, affordable, and reliable transport, millions of South Africans remain excluded from the economy. Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, let's give credit where it is due. Under very difficult circumstances, SANRAL has remained a rare example of a state-owned entity that still functions. Despite the chaos in other areas of government, SANRAL has shielded itself from political interference, delivering and maintaining world-class roads. Minister, SANRAL must share its operational model with its struggling departments and municipalities. It must share how it manages to get the job done under these very difficult circumstances in our country. We need fewer excuses and more replication of successes. Honorable Minister, but honestly, but as SANRAL succeeds, other parts of our departments continue to fail. Honorable Badenhorst has briefly touched on the following issue, which I want to also quickly speak about. I was a schoolboy when I first heard about the breakdown of driving license card printing machine. Today, heading into my 40s, we are still dealing with the exact same machine. A 26-year-old relic, which recently broke down again in February this year. It only resumed operations 4 months later. This failure has left a staggering backlog of over 600 million unissued driving license cards, Honorable Minister. We welcome the signed MOU that you spoke about in your opening remarks. It is unthinkable that in a country where a driver's license could be the only ticket to a job, young people must wait months due to a government incapable of modernizing. The ministers and the officials who make these decisions don't necessarily feel the pain because they have drivers. So we must really prioritize this, Honorable Minister. But I want to say to you, Mr. Minister, that you don't have to look too far. You have to follow the example of Home Affairs, who have shown that digital transformation is a way to go. The DA has long called for a decentralization of license card production to provinces to break the bottleneck at national level. But more importantly, we must plan for the future, Minister. Electronic licenses, biometric verification, and integration with employment systems. This is what you need to do in your department. Minister, the 2025-2026 annual performance plan speaks boldly of technological innovation and smart transport systems, but vision without action is, with the greatest respect, hallucination. Your leadership must take this reality. Chairperson, our roads are under siege, not just from potholes, Minister, but from dangerously overloaded trucks, especially along the N3 corridor to Pietermaritzburg. My Honorable Deputy Minister would know this well. These trucks terrorize ordinary motorists. The DA's transport policy has been clear on this. We need fixed way bridges, stricter enforcement, and the shifting of bulk freight back to the rails. Yet this department is quiet while lives are lost on that road. Minister, even the Road Accident Fund, a lifeline for road crash victims, is experiencing setbacks. The Deputy Minister yesterday in the National Assembly considered to the operational and financial collapse of RAF. And what has been the government's response? It's endless investigations, probes by the SIU, and recently I think SCOPA has also announced an investigation into the RAF, and basically empty assurances. Nobody is ever held accountable. It is just a festival of investigations with absolutely no consequences. Chairperson, another ticking bomb is the failure of the public transport infrastructure. And nowhere is this clearer than in eThekwini, where the Go Durban project has become an 8 billion rand white elephant. As someone who has conducted oversight with members of this House from KwaZulu-Natal, we have engaged extensively with the stakeholders, including affected communities, municipal officials, and taxi associations. And I can confirm to you, Minister, that the project remains paralyzed by poor coordination, political infighting, and lack of leadership from the national department. The people of eThekwini need affordable, reliable public transport, not bureaucratic turf wars between the Department of Transport, the city, and the taxi industry. You've got to show leadership here, Minister. Minister, your department's own APP commits to prioritizing public transport infrastructure and implementing the public transport subsidy policy. But time is running out. If you fail to act, you will join the long list of ANC ministers who looked away while projects collapsed. It hurts. Public transport remains a heartbeat of economic inclusion. According to the DA's vision, South Africa needs an integrated, subsidized, and multimodal system from rail to buses to mini taxis, all operating under a single efficient authority. We propose the introduction of a single-use ticket and the creation of regional transport authorities that plan and coordinate across jurisdictions. And let us not forget rail. While the department aims to increase passenger rail trips to 600 million per year, this will remain a pipe dream unless we fix vandalized infrastructure, recruit skilled rail personnel, and invite the private sector into service operations. Chairperson, the DA's Western Cape government has shown what's possible. It drastically reduced road fatalities through visible policing, zero tolerance, and robust traffic enforcement. Imagine that model implemented nationwide. Let us build a country where our people can move with dignity, where goods can arrive on time, where transport is not a privilege, but a public service. In conclusion, Minister, the department has set a lofty target in strategic plan from green transport to decarbonizing maritime to unlocking regional trade through efficient freight corridors. These are commendable. They must not exist only to glossy paper. We need delivery, we need action. Let's ride on action, accountability, and courage.
Thank you, Honorable Billy. Honorable members, we now go back to the online platform, and the next speaker will be the Gauteng MEC for Roads and Transport, and that is the Honorable Diale Tlabela. Honorable Diale Tlabela, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and good evening to honorable members in the House, the Deputy Minister, the Minister, and MECs on the platform as well as in the House. The acting DG as the leader of all administrators present here, as well as ladies and gentlemen. Let me first, Honorable House Chair, pass my condolences to the Mabuza family, the people of Mpumalanga, as well as the people of the Republic of South Africa and the African National Congress. May the soul of our former Deputy President rest in peace. As we join you today, House Chair, in response to Minister Chris's budget speech, her words rooted in realism and ambition inspire action, and align with our shared vision for progress. Minister Chris's emphasis on strategic execution and institutional alignment resonates deeply with us in Gauteng, reinforcing our resolve to deliver a transport system that serves as the backbone of a thriving and inclusive province. Transport is not just infrastructure. It is a social wage, a lifeline for households. Our vision embraces affordability, especially for families whose budgets are tightly stretched, accessibility in our peri-urban and township, as well as sustainability through low-emission transport system. This dedication aligns us directly with several sustainable development goals, such as Goal 9, Goal 11, as well as Goal 13. Through smart innovation, like the smart licensing centers we have launched as a province, as part of extending services to townships and informal settlement, our new intelligent number plate system, which we just piloted through our government fleet, the transport management center that we have established, and the Shesha e-hailing platform in partnership with the Gauteng taxi industry. We are building interconnected infrastructure that promotes inclusive urban growth. Urban mobility must reflect inclusivity. Our efforts to expand the Gauteng Rapid Rail Integrated Network, regulate public transport, and also we are also establishing women-centric transport hubs to ensure mobility for the poor, elderly, women, and persons living with disability. Given the substantial role of the transport sector in carbon emissions, we are also pioneering initiatives to advance our just transition to a greener future. House Chair, moreover, transport connects businesses with customers and suppliers, making it a crucial component of a vibrant economy and a catalyst for development and growth. Therefore, our ability to grow the economy is dependent on an agile transport sector that understands why we say transport is the heartbeat of our economy. As Gauteng, we align with the vision articulated by the Minister in her speech of creating a transport network that is responsive to the needs of every South African. We are leading the way with smart mobility platforms, bringing innovative solutions directly to our communities in Gauteng. We have to date established smart licensing centers in our townships like Soweto, Atteridgeville, Mamelodi, Mohlakeng, and Busy in Katlehong, as well as in other informal settlements, as part of extending our services to communities in our province. We also have introduced a Shesha e-hailing platform co-designed with the Gauteng taxi industry, which revolutionizes service delivery while placing regulation and commuter needs at its core. We also have introduced our intelligent number plate system to help us combat vehicle-related crime with precision and efficiency. The Evolving Transport Management Center serves as the nerve center for planning a smarter Gauteng. We also have, in 2022, established a pothole fix GP app that is an initiative to turn around road maintenance into a shared responsibility, allowing residents to report and address road defects in real time. And Honorable House Chair and honorable members, we are happy that as a provincial government, we are now working closely with our municipalities, especially City of Tshwane and City of Joburg, to source asphalt from their plants as our metros in Gauteng. We work tightly with municipalities to fix potholes in our provincial road network as well as municipal road network. These advances are not abstract, they are tangible contributions to the lives of Gauteng people. From the data gathered through oversight visits, the partnerships with private sector and local communities delivers outcomes that matter. Oversight and accountability are the cornerstone of good governance. As a province, we'll not only be looking to achieve developmental goals, but we will also focus on ensuring that these goals are achieved with the highest levels of transparency and accountability. We recognize that oversight mechanism must be in place at every stage of the project life cycle, whether it be in the construction of new roads, the upgrading of rail infrastructure, or the management of public transport services. Furthermore, we'll continue to work with the legislative arm to ensure that all transport infrastructure initiatives, from funding to execution, are scrutinized thoroughly to safeguard public resources. We are guided by the Constitution that requires all spheres of government to collaborate to advance effective governance and achieve government promise to make transport accessible, safe, reliable, and affordable to all. As Gauteng, we remain committed to deepening collaboration with national government, local municipalities, and the private sector. We appreciate that no single sphere of government can deliver on the transport mandate without the involvement of the other. Amongst others, last year we partnered with Minister Chrissy, working with Prasa, Gautrain, and the City of Johannesburg, e-hailing services, and Emirates Airline Park to ensure the successful transportation of spectators to Emirates Airlines Park for a rugby match. From that collaboration, it is evident that when all spheres of government and their entities collaborate, our communities will benefit while ensuring social cohesion and economic growth. We agree with the Minister that limited availability of state resources to fund infrastructure development makes private sector investment critical. Gauteng is working to leverage the full potential of public-private partnerships, where private sector expertise and innovation in collaboration with government work jointly to deliver on our mandate, as is the case with the Gautrain system. Efficiency and effectiveness in the expenditure of grants and public resources remain a key priority for us in Gauteng. Every rand allocated to transport infrastructure development needs to deliver value for money. As the MEC for Roads and Transport, I assure you, House Chair, that we are committed to ensure that public funds are spent wisely and transport infrastructure projects are delivered on time. Honorable members, road safety remains one of the most pressing and worrisome concerns for people of Gauteng, just as much is the case across the country. Around 80% of road fatalities are caused by, amongst others, driver behavior, pedestrian activities, and unroadworthy vehicles. These elements are the main determinants of road safety in South Africa. Our province is the smallest but continues to grow at an alarming rate. As we continue to grow and urbanize, the volume of traffic on our roads continues to increase exponentially. We must therefore remain vigilant in our efforts to improve road safety and reduce accidents and fatalities. Gauteng is rolling out a comprehensive road safety strategy that includes education, enforcement, and engineering solutions. We will continue to invest in road safety campaigns aimed at changing behavior, increasing compliance with road laws, and ensuring that our law enforcement agencies are empowered to take swift action against violators. It will be crucial to engage our communities in public education and encourage our citizens to play an active role in promoting road safety. Honorable members, 15 years ago, the first Gautrain ride left Sandton Station for OR Tambo International Airport Station. 15 years on, South Africa's first and only rapid rail network is still on track and ramping up efforts to be more accessible. Since its launch in 2010, the Gautrain project has successfully completed over 200 million passenger trips and employs approximately 1,200 staff across operation and administration of the project. Rail remains the backbone of transport in our province, and we would like to see more of our communities connected to reduce the number of vehicles on our roads. Honorable members, our Premier Honorable Panyaza Lesufi has expressed the commitment of the Gauteng government to the Gauteng Rapid Rail Integrated Network Extension Project, and his recognition of the project is central to growing Gauteng while helping transform its transport landscape. The extension is one of the key infrastructure development in our province.
Thank you, MEC.
It is aimed at transform.
Your time has expired. Thank you very much, MEC, for your inputs today.
Thank you very much, House Chair. We support the budget and the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. We remain on the online platform, and for those participating virtually, you will note there is a timer that will appear on your screen, normally on the top right of your screen, that counts down your allocated time. In the next instance, it is again 10 minutes, and it is our constitutional partner, the South African Local Government Association, that will take their rightful place in the debate, and they're represented today by Councillor Pukunsi. Councillor?
No, thanks, House Chair. Let me greet the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Deputy Minister, permanent delegates, special delegates. We bring greetings from organized local government. On behalf of South African local government, I extend our appreciation for the opportunity to contribute to this policy debate on Budget 40 for transport for 2025-26 financial year. Transport is a joint function between all three spheres of government, and this necessitates cooperation. SALGA hereby appreciates the cooperation it has with the Department of Transport on all important matters in transport. The signing of the terms of reference between SALGA and the Department of Transport on cooperation on major transport issues affecting local government is a testament to this cooperation. This positive response SALGA has received from the MINMEC on roads funding and the financial implications of administration and adjudication of Road Traffic Offences Act on municipalities are a testimony to this positive relationship. SALGA is encouraged to further build the relationship for future mutual benefit. Honorable House Chair, the Department of Transport plays an important role in transport in the Republic of South Africa, not only from a policy perspective, but as a holder of the biggest budget compared to other spheres of government. This places the department in a unique position to influence the changes necessary to improve the transport, particularly land transport. The department is in a unique position to develop creative and progressive policies and throw funding behind such policies. SALGA has done research on the performance of the land transport system and the impact of some interventions to improve the system. The initial results from the research demonstrate that some of the major interventions at best have the mixed results with marginal improvements. Although the policy seeks to prioritize public transport as the best mechanism for access to motorized transport of majority of South Africans, much of the funding of the Department of Transport goes to the roads with specific reference to national roads. Another example is that entrenchment of the apartheid spatial form, which impinges on travel distances, time, and cost of many commuters. The latest Gauteng Provincial Land Transport Framework indicates that the densest 20% of the population lives in 1% of the area in the province. The least dense 10% of the population lives in 90% of the land in the province. This is an indication of the entrench of the apartheid in an unsustainable form of transport, particularly public transport. Out of total of 257 municipalities in the country, only 12 have operational public transport services operated by those municipalities. The rest lie on the minibus taxi mode, which is not always the most efficient and is not publicly owned. Although the high percentage of disposable income spent on transport is not just a function of cost, but it is also income itself. Historically, transport costs have increased at a rate higher than income increase. Many households continue to spend more than 20% of their income on transport. The integration of transport and land use, as advocated by the Integrated Urban Development Framework, has not succeeded in undermining this increase in travel distances, time, and costs. SALGA advocates for a total review of the entire land transport system policy for the legal framework strategy and specific programs. The combination of the distribution of transport functions between the three spheres of government in an insufficiency of funding for local government constrains the ability of local government to deliver on its land transport mandate. The National Land Transport Act allocates most transport function to the local government. Yet transport is not perceived as a basic service such that it is included in the determination of formula for the local government equitable share. This actually affects rural municipalities without a revenue base. The South African National Roads Agency Limited Act allows the minister to accept transfers of provincial roads to SANRAL as the 3,099 kilometers have been transferred to date. No similar provision is made for municipalities. SALGA suggests that the intended amendments to SANRAL Act make a provision for municipalities to transfer portions of their road network to SANRAL where applicable. SALGA awaits eagerly the finalization of the devolution strategy on urban rail. In anticipation of this strategy, some members are engaged in feasibility studies on the possible devolution, including the form and the shape of the devolution. SALGA would appreciate engagement in these processes. Equally, SALGA appreciates another opportunity for the finalization of the public transport subsidy policy. The current approach is one of the major reasons for SALGA's view of the reviewing of the entire land transport system. The current subsidy entrenches inefficient spatial form and services. Other policies such as road policy and opportunity to change the land transport system in a fundamental manner. When it comes to vehicle licensing, a current yet underfunded function, the vehicle licensing function remains a critical service delivered by municipality under service level agreement with provinces. However, the current 80 to 20% revenue sharing split in favor of the provinces is not viable. Municipality and careful costs for infrastructure, staffing, and compliance with the minimum service delivery standards as set by the department. Many municipalities have rightfully stated that the 20% retained is insufficient, and some are now refusing to sign the new SLAs until the sustainable funding model is put in place. We call for an urgent review of the SLA model as it impacts both service quality and municipal financial viability. SALGA continues to support the broader goals of the Administrative Adjudication of Road Traffic Offences Act, but we must stress again that the municipal finances are negatively impacted by the current revenue distribution under the ARTO regime. Local authorities are central to enforcement, many being issuing authorities, but the model does not adequately compensate them for this role. Municipalities have more than twice the number of officers compared to the national and provincial combined. Without remedy, this will weaken the law enforcement capacity at the local level and threaten very objectives of ARTO 6 to achieve. SALGA reiterates the need for the regulatory amendment to the ARTO framework and calls for the greater coherence between the Road Traffic Management Corporation Act and the ARTO Act, including the balanced representation of local government on both RTMC and the Road Traffic Infringement Authority leadership structures. Honorable House Chair, as we are about to conclude, SALGA would like to once again appreciate the relationship with the Department of Transport and specifically the Minister who has given due regard to matters of local government. SALGA hopes that the matters raised here will be given the same regard. SALGA will continue to engage the Minister and support all efforts to exceptionally improve the performance of the land transport system in South Africa. We wish the Honorable Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the leadership of the department well on this important and challenging task lying ahead of them. With those few words, we thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Honourable members, we continue the debate, remaining online, and it's now the opportunity for the Mpumalanga MEC of Public Works, Roads and Transport, the Honourable Tomo. Again, 10 minutes, Honourable Tomo.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Greetings to yourself, the Honourable Minister, the Deputy Minister Tlengwa. Honourable Chair, I stand before you today with a heavy heart as we mourn the passing of the former Deputy President, David Mabuza, the former Premier of Mpumalanga Province and a committed servant of our people. As a proud son of the soil, Mpumalanga, I extend my deepest condolences to his family, his comrades and the people of our province and beyond. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important debate on Budget Vote 40 transport. I'm honored to represent Mpumalanga, a province that continues to serve as a strategic corridor for regional trade, mining logistics, cross-border movement, and tourism. Our location, infrastructure profile, and economic footprint give us a direct interest in the evolving national transport agenda. Honorable House Chair, the Minister has outlined key reforms aimed at improving the performance of the logistics sector. The reforms outlined provide a solid foundation to enhance efficiency, stimulate growth, and support the country's long-term development trajectory. It is encouraging to see the National Department of Transport prioritizing initiatives that advance the performance of our logistic network, interventions to improve port operations, increase rail capacity, and maintain critical infrastructure will further strengthen our competitiveness and ensure that South Africa is well positioned in evolving a global trade environment. According to the African Infrastructure Development Index 2024, South Africa remains well placed in terms of pursuing infrastructure projects across various sectors, in particular on our roads and transport infrastructure. This reflects long-standing investment, but also the importance of continued policy focus, particularly in addressing spatial and modal imbalances in the sector. Honorable House Chair, it is true that roads continue to carry the majority of freight ton kilometers in our economy. The National Development Plan rightly identifies the need to rebalance freight logistics towards rail while ensuring ongoing investment in road maintenance and upgrade. In Mpumalanga, the dominance of mining, especially coal, and the associated movement of heavy vehicles have placed considerable pressure on our provincial road network. This deterioration not only raises cost, but has directly safety implication. This integrity of road infrastructure plays a vital role in accident prevention and reducing fatalities, which is an issue that continues to demand collective intentions. Honorable House Chair, we welcome the department's commitment to shift at least 250 million tons of freight into the Transnet rail system by 2029. This is a sensible target that aligns with national industrial and climate goals and with the long-term efficiency of logistics system. This target, supported by the white paper on national rail policy and the national freight logistics roadmap, offers a clear platform for infrastructure modernization. They will require sustainable coordination across spheres of government and between the public and private sector. Similarly, the plan to improve port performance, particularly in raising cranes moved per hour and efficiency of cargo handling, is an important signal to international partners and local exporters. For provinces like Mpumalanga, the continued development of the Maputo corridor remains vital. This corridor serves as a key gateway for the movement of goods to regional and international markets. The strategic interventions by the National Department of Transport along these routes are commendable and are expected to yield positive outcomes for our province mining, manufacturing, and agricultural export sectors. Honorable House Chair, over the past financial year, Mpumalanga has partnered with National Department of Transport and SARNRAL on the transferring of a number of kilometers of provincial roads to national jurisdiction. This process has shown huge improvements on our feeder roads and the improvement of our road network. One of the most significant examples of the good work by SARNRAL in Mpumalanga is the R57 Muloto Road connecting Gauteng and Mpumalanga. These upgrades on this road have been able to address the long-standing safety concerns and improve the commuters' experience for thousands of our daily users within the jurisdiction of Dr. J.S. Morocco, Tembisile, and local municipalities, respectively. The work along the N2 corridors between Mpumalanga and KwaZulu-Natal is also progressing. This intervention demonstrates how targeted investment backed by appropriate institutional capacity can unlock better outcomes for communities. Honorable House Chair, the progress made by PRASA in restoring 35 out of 40 commuter corridors is noted and appreciated. This increased passenger journeys from 77 million in the previous year for over 160 million in the current cycle indicates the progress being made in building a reliable and accessible commuter railway system. We also welcome the Minister's focus on expanding these gains, and we affirm our commitment in Mpumalanga to work with the National Department of Transport to explore the inclusion of our provincial corridors in future rail plans and improvement. This aligns with the commitment made by the Premier, Honorable Mandla Ndlovu, during the recent State of the Province address that passengers rail remains a key enabler of inclusive economic development, and its restoration must extend beyond metropolitan areas to also our communities in the province of Mpumalanga. Honorable House Chair, we also recognize that infrastructure delivery requires strong intergovernmental coordination. As a province, we are committed to deepening joint planning efforts, particularly where infrastructure intersects with industrial zones, strategic corridors, and logistics hubs. To that end, our updated Mpumalanga Infrastructure Master Plan 2060 has been revised to reflect long-term spatial and economic priorities. It aligns closely with national planning framework and enable more coherent sequences of investment in transport and related infrastructure. In the late African development economist Thandika Mkawandera once argued, and I quote, "Development is not a matter of choosing between the state and the market. It is about constructing institutions and systems that enable transformation and broaden participation." This guiding principle is reflected in the very nature of roads and transport initiatives presented by the minister, where joint efforts between the national and provincial spheres of government are helping to build systems that are responsive and developmental in outlook. Honorable House Chair, the presented budget vote is supported by the province of Mpumalanga. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. Honorable Tomo, thank you very much indeed. And we now move on. We revert back to the House. And it's now the turn of the Honorable Farmer from the Patriotic Alliance. Honorable Farmer.
Before you start my time, Chair, can I be allowed to convey my party's condolences to the Mabuza family and African National Congress? I know the leader to be the one who went against his party slate politics in one national conference and throw around the upper cart. He was a man amongst men, and we salute him for that. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the National Council of Provinces, distinguished guests, and fellow South Africans, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, the God without whom we cannot and will not succeed. Today I stand before this esteemed House on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance to engage in this critical debate. This budget holds the power to either propel our nation forward or leave millions stranded at the side of the road. Honorable Chairperson, transport is the backbone of our economy and the lifeline of our people. It is our workers reach their jobs, students access education, and patients seek healthcare. When our transport systems fail, our economy stalls, opportunity shrinks, and inequality deepens. Yet the state of transport in South Africa tells a story of decline, dysfunction, and neglect. PRASA, once the pride of our public transport system, has been crippled by mismanagement, corruption, and rampant vandalism. Commuters who once relied on affordable rail services now face daily uncertainty, forced to spend exorbitant amounts on alternative transport, and minibus taxis, the true workhorses of our public transport network, operate without meaningful state support, often under unsafe conditions, while billions are wasted on ill-conceived projects that never benefited the poor. Rural roads remain death traps, unpaved, unmaintained, and unfit for the communities to depend upon them. Honorable members, this budget must be judged not by its promises, but by its tangible impact on the lives of ordinary South Africans. We must ask ourselves, will this budget finally fix the pothole-ridden roads that have crippled local businesses? Will it restore reliable, affordable rail services for the domestic worker in Soweto who now spends half her income on taxis? Will it rebuild the collapsed bridges that cut off rural villages from schools and clinics? These are not abstract policy questions, they are urgent, moral imperatives. The Patriotic Alliance vision for transport to ensure this budget delivers real change, we propose the following key priorities. 1, urgent rural and township infrastructure rehabilitation. 2, formalize and support the minibus taxi industry. 3, restore PRASA to full functionality. 4, community-driven transport planning. And 5, strict accountability in transport spending. Honorable Chairperson, transport is not about moving people. It is about dignity, access, and opportunity. It is about the mother who walks 10 kilometers to fetch water because there is no road for a delivery truck. It is about the student who misses exams because the bus never arrives. It is about the small business that collapses because customers can't reach them. If we are serious about building a South Africa that works for all, we must stop the waste, stop the neglect, and start delivering. This budget must put people before prestige and fix the basics before chasing grand projects. The Patriotic Alliance will support any budget that delivers real impact, not just empty promises. We demand a transport system that moves our people forward, not one that leaves them behind. Let us build a South Africa that moves together. Salute.
Thank you, Honourable Farmer. Honourable members, it's now my distinct pleasure to welcome back to the chamber a former member of this House, who's now risen to the lofty office of the MEC of Mobility in the Western Cape, Honourable Isaac Seleko. Honourable Seleko.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. It's indeed a pleasure to be back, but it's on a sad note, and I would just like to convey my condolences to the entire family of the Mabuza family and to the entire family of the African National Congress. Ndithi kubo aluhlanga alungehliyo mabaqine. Agbare voorsitter van die NCOP, honourable members, the National Minister Mama Ubabara Krisi, Deputy Minister Numzana Uhlengwa, fellow South Africans. In exactly 15 days, we will be celebrating Mandela Day, a day that commemorates not only the life of the great Nelson Mandela, but the values that he stood for, which are justice, accountability, and tireless pursuit of equality. It is a day that calls on all of us, especially those in position of power, to reflect on our role in shaping society that is fair, transparent, and responsive to the needs of its people. I am therefore elated to be taking part in this debate on this nostalgic month. Voorsitter, before I delve into the specifics of the debate, I would like us to reflect on some enduring wisdom of President Nelson Mandela, who reminded us, and I quote, "Overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity. It is an act of justice," close quote. Inequality in our country is not confined to income statistics or unemployment. It is clearly visible on our pavements, at our taxi ranks, on overcrowded buses and trains. It is felt each time a mother walks kilometers to a clinic, a job seeker forfeits an opportunity because a fare costs too much, and a child crosses a road without a safe passage. It is for this reason the Premier, Honourable Ellen Windy, renamed our department to the Western Cape Mobility Department. And while we are at it, Honourable Chairperson, perhaps it is time for the National Department to formally elevate this portfolio from transport to mobility. Mobility, not transport, is not a luxury, it's a fundamental human right. Mobility moves people, goods, and institutions. When we deny it, we deny access to opportunity, dignity, economic inclusion, and equality. Allow me to congratulate Mamu Barbara on a one-year anniversary in this portfolio. Exactly on this day, she was appointed the Minister of Transport. Her appointment has brought in a sense of steadiness, clarity, and a renewed vision. Chairperson, now focusing on the best-run regional government, the Western Cape, we have three strategic priorities that support mobility. One, ensuring passenger rail is the backbone of urban public transport is a must. This is why we are working much closer with PRASA to ensure that additional corridors like Klipfontein, Mitchells Plain are reopened swiftly. We have witnessed the recovery of the Central Line, but now we need to ensure the reliability of the service, Minister. Trains need to run at a 15 to 20-minute interval at the very least, and not the current 1-hour intervals riddled with delays. It is for this reason that we are undertaking a rapid rail pre-feasibility study to complement, not compete, with the services that is currently rendered by PRASA. Together, kan ons meer doen. Our commuters demand and deserve these services. While passenger rail needs to be the backbone of public transport, the other modes need to play a complementary and supportive role. Therefore, Minister, we cannot debate mobility without addressing the minibus taxi industry. The industry is an integral part of public transport system as it moves 85% of our commuters on a daily basis. It is a cornerstone of our economy and society, yet it remains in the urgent need of structural transformation, professionalization, and long-term stability. Just yesterday, Minister, while you were tabling your budget, I attended a first of its kind fuel cashback launch event with the Santaco, Western Cape, and Shell. This particular program intends to place cashback in the pockets of taxi operators and drivers through an immediate cashback every time they fill up their taxis. With the rising fuel cost, this program will bring much needed economic relief to the industry. It is this kind of real partnerships with the private sector that will drive real transformation in the industry. I am therefore encouraged by the pronouncement of the Minister on the industry, because collectively, as the different spheres of government, we can bring meaningful change to the industry. Freight and logistics are the bedrock of any thriving economy. We are therefore driving coordination to improve the efficient movement of goods. At present, Honorable Chair, 80% of South Africa goods still move by road. This is economically and environmentally unsustainable. Our freight revitalization framework identifies the opportunity to shift 10.7 million tons of freight from road to rail, which will improve safety and reduce the cost for businesses and consumers alike. The RFI process has brought a long overdue transparency and clarity to this space. But now, Minister, we must move swiftly to the RFQ phase and ensure that the pronounced timelines are adhered to. The industry is watching, investors are watching, and most importantly, our people are watching. These are not just policy statements. They are interventions designed to unlock economic growth and competitiveness through our ports and freight rail. Private sector participation in freight is not a nice to have, but a necessity. Road fatalities remain a national crisis. In the Western Cape, we are indeed encouraged by the 15.5% reduction of road fatalities in the past year. However, the increased pedestrian fatalities still remains a grave concern. The number of people that lose their lives daily on our roads is unacceptable. These are not just stats, they are working parents, school children, and elderly citizens. Road fatalities and injuries are costly to both the economy and the fiber of society. Family and community structures are altered forever. In response to the Western Cape, in the Western Cape, we have delivered real interventions, Honorable Chair. We have prioritized the upgrading of non-motorized transport infrastructure. One example is the recently upgraded pedestrian crossing around the Pioneer School for the Blind in Worcester, ensuring safer mobility for visually impaired learners. We continue to roll out junior traffic training centers at school across the province to accelerate road safety awareness at education and grassroots level. We are utilizing predictive analytics to pinpoint hotspot areas of pedestrian fatalities and complementing them with targeted intervention. We have further deployed road safety ambassadors in our hotspot areas to spread the word within our communities. We continue to be the only province that offer a 24/7 traffic law enforcement service. Our men and women in blue are the beacon of hope and our ears and eyes on the roads. This is a clear indication that the services we have deployed is to save lives, as road safety is everybody's responsibility. Chairperson, honorable members, mobility is an economic enabler. That is why in the Western Cape, we have introduced the Job Seeker Travel Voucher Program, which has to date supported 6.1 job seekers, 75% women, and 81% youth. This voucher affords job seekers with 6 free trips on the Golden Arrow bus service to attend to training or job interviews. Notably, 40% of those surveys have secured work opportunities after using the voucher, Minister. Chairperson, the Minister was extremely silent on the D word, devolution. Devolution should not be viewed as a controversial term. It is a matter of economic and constitutional common sense. Capable provinces and metros must be entrusted to manage passenger rail, freight rail, and ports to accelerate economic growth and job creation. I therefore implore the GNU to swiftly finalize the devolution policy. Aviation is a national competence, but directly affects our province's economy. We therefore need the challenges of the ATNS and the long overdue upgrades to the Cape Town International Airport and George Airport to be finalized swiftly, Minister. Not to sound alarmist, should upgrades at the Cape Town International Airport not be attended to, we stand to lose lucrative deals with airlines. And while we are here, Minister, thank you on the progress addressing the driver's license card backlog. We need to ensure that we don't find ourselves in the same predicament in the coming years. In conclusion, Chairperson, government budgets are not about spreadsheets of line items. It is about balancing competing demands of society and plowing funds where it makes a real impact and a difference in people's lives. The struggle against poverty and inequality will not be won in headlines or soundbites.
Thank you,
But
MEC.
the affordability of public transport, efficient freight, and safer roads. And in Matiba words, it is still in our hands.
Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sileko. Honorable members, we return to the online platform. This opportunity goes now to the Limpopo MEC for Transport and Community Safety. It's the Honorable Mathieu. Honorable Mathieu.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister for Transport, all members of the NCOP and all those that are connected virtually, good evening. Honorable Chair, firstly, I wish to acknowledge the budget speech as presented by the Minister and also note the planned investment in rail transport for purpose of ferrying both people and goods. It is common knowledge that the trains have more haulage than any other means of transport. Therefore, the resuscitation of the rail lines should not be delayed further. While we await the implementation of Gauteng-Limpopo high-speed rail project, we propose and call for the resuscitation and optimizing of the existing rail network. The network already offers valuable inter-provincial connectivity and has the potential to play a significant role in the movement of both passengers and goods. Reviving and upgrading this infrastructure will not only enhance mobility across provinces, but also support economic development by linking key growth points, particularly in the province of Limpopo. An efficient rail system will ease pressure on road networks, reduce transportation costs, and stimulate trade and industrial activity in strategic areas. This initiative is intended to alleviate the high volumes of traffic on the N1, thereby reducing the accidents and fatalities. We are further planning to resuscitate our connectivity on rail lines between Limpopo and Mpumalanga and other flank towns to the target of ferrying 600 million people by 2030 is in sync with the world of over prioritizing trains as the safer and economic mode of transport. We also welcome the good news about South African Airways having turned around and experiencing profitability and its contribution to the GDP. We will learn from your business model and we equally have GAL that is yet to self-fund and turn to profitability. We intend to operate our smaller airports like in Mpepu through private-public investment. The reduction of road accidents and fatalities by 45% is realizable through investment on human capital and technology for law enforcement as Limpopo. We are noting a turnaround, and during the past Easter festive season, we experienced no accident on the N1 due to high level of vigilance. The collaboration between the national and provincial traffic officers is bonding well for safer and travel and transportation. The role of taxi industry in brokering peace and employing proper channels for conflict resolutions are appreciated. And as Limpopo, we can attest to the relative harmony within the role players. During the recent National Santiago Conference, we witnessed for the first time gesture of unity when the NTA delegation was invited onto the gala event. This kind of efforts must be encouraged and supported. We always encourage the taxi industry to move with time and embrace the evolving modes of transport like e-hailing. Having said that, there's a pressing need for focused and deliberate efforts to develop laws and regulations that govern e-hailing transport operators, as their continued growth and presence in the public transport sector can no longer be overlooked. Establishing a clear regulatory framework will provide an opportunity to formalize their operations through the issuance of permits and define operational boundaries to prevent conflict and route encroachment with minibus taxi operators. This approach will only promote fairness and coexistence within the sector, but will also enhance accountability, enable better oversight, and ensure the safe and efficient integration of e-hailing services into the broader public transport system. Chairperson and honorable members, transport modes are the backbone of our economy, and therefore, no effort must be spared in providing for effective and economic transport facilities for our people. The management and processing of trucks at the borders is a cause for concern. The more the delay in crossing over, the more the stalling of the economy. We are yet to see the deployment of recent technologies like scanners in facilitating the processing of loads quickly with requisite assurance and the use of the human eyes. We are confident that the budget and its founding narrative is meant to write a better transportation world. Honorable Chair, allow me to say, as Limpopo, we support the budget as tabled by the Honorable Minister. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, MEC. And honourable members, we now return to the House for the remainder of the debate. And it's the turn of the Honourable Peter from the United Democratic Movement. Honourable Peter, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Let me greet you, Honourable Chair, and the Minister, and the Deputy Minister. When I look at your face, you remind me, ubaba umntaka phinda ngene. So ndiyakukhumbuza ukuthi sisakuhlonipha. Thank you so much. Honourable Chair, the transport sector's expansion is a road to industrialization. While roads, railways, ports, and airports are envoys to the development of value chain. These are not just lines on a map, they are the backbones of our economy, enablers of jobs and the pathway to dignity for millions of South Africans. Yet infrastructure in this country is crumbling, and so are the hopes of those it is meant to serve. The road oversight sub-program's budget will increase to 53.7 billion in 2025-2026, including allocation for the Provincial Roads Maintenance Grant. This money must be seen on our roads. In provinces like the Eastern Cape, residents are forced to protest just for a tarred road. In Elliotdale, families walk through mud to reach clinics, and learners trek long distances just to access basic education. One glaring example is the 21-kilometer road between the N2 in Nkumo and Kumastamba in Elliotdale, a lifeline to 40 schools and 15 clinics. Despite being promised since 2010, it remains a dusty stretch of broken promises. This is not a luxury, it is a critical link to education and healthcare. Its continuous neglect reflects the state fails to honor even its most basic commitments to rural communities. The knock-off effects are devastating. Look at Mazepe Bay Hotel, which was forced to shut its doors, not because of poor business, but because tourists could no longer navigate the neglected roads. Nearby COP Inn Hotel is on life support from 18,000 bed nights in 2010 to just 8,000 today, and staff members cut from 68 to 28. The decline is deeply personal. These are real jobs lost, real families affected. As a result of this, crime in this area has grown because of unemployment. Our rail network, Honorable Speaker, tells the same story of decline. PRASA has failed to restore vandalized lines or extended services to townships, with fuel and taxi costs rising. Affordable train services are more crucial than ever. The department must revitalize passengers rail and urgently formalize the taxi industry to create a reliable and affordable transport system for working-class South Africans. Equally worrying is the state of Transnet, which has become a financial burden rather than a strategic driver of the economy. After a 47 billion bailout in 2023, government has now approved another 51 billion over 2 years. Yet performance remains weak and accountable is almost non-existent. We cannot continue to funnel billions into failing entities without strict oversight and quarterly performance review. Lastly, Chairperson, we must address the issue of Road Accident Fund. It is unacceptable that the Road Accident Fund continues to pay out claims to undocumented foreign nationals, while law-abiding South Africans wait in long queues only to told there's no fund. These funds must be restructured to serve its core mandate, to protect South Africans' road users with integrity and fairness. Chairperson, the UDM calls for bold ethical leadership, for action over excuses and delivery over delay. Let us not waste another year while our people wait in the dust. Kwithaba lo fair, Honorable Chair, indlela masicela kuni bominister khe niyoyijonga laa ndlela yayibulele abantu ukuba aninayinceda na. Enkosi Chair, siyabulela.
Enkosi, Honorable Peter, thank you very much. Honourable members, we now invite the Honourable Brits to take the debate forward. Honourable Brits.
Honourable House Chair, honourable members, honourable Minister, fellow South Africans. Before turning to the core budget matters before us, there are a few pressing issues that need to be addressed. It is beyond comprehension why the MK Party and the Honourable Nzimande insisted to partake in the debate today. Their member, Brian Molefe, was recently arrested and charged for corruption related to his time while he was the CEO of Transnet. He is the co-author of the challenges faced by the Department of Transport, while the MK Party portrays themselves to be the fighters for the poor of South Africa. This same Brian Molefe last week, under oath in the court, during his bail application, stated that he spends 15,000 rands per month on electricity alone. That is a slap in the face of South Africans. The MK hypocrisy is showing, Honourable Nzimande. Honourable Makasini, it is very clear that you did not write that speech. Not even you were sure what you wanted to say. Jy was so deur mekaar soos 'n verkleur mannetjie op 'n smartie box.
Die geraasmakers van die EFF wat nou so lekker lag, nie eens die gegil van 'n analfabetiese troglodiet in 'n grou grot klink so hol soos leer retoriek nie. Dit klink eerder soos die gekras van 'n hadida. Now let's turn to the Honourable Minister. Nee, agbare minister, ek gaan u nie vanaand roast nie. But what we need now is decisive leadership. I look forward to the day when all Eastern Cape learners have transport, taking them to school where they can receive basic education. Or when farmers can once again transport their produce to markets or ports via rail and not via road. I also look forward to the day when South Africans and international tourists can again enjoy the beauty of the Blaukrans Pass in the Tsitsikamma, the most beautiful pass in this country. But this road has been closed for 18 years after heavy rains damaged it in 2007. The Eastern Cape government does not have the political will or the financial wisdom to repair it. And did I mention that the side of the road in the Western Cape was repaired? Chairperson, South Africa cannot afford the duplication and waste entrenched in the transport system. Since 2006, the split between PRASA and Transnet Freight Rail has caused 1.2 billion rand per year in duplication. The state pays one entity to use infrastructure that belongs to another, both under the same roof of government. This needs to be addressed. The Road Accident Fund faces a management and financial crisis, with accumulated deficits and liabilities exceeding assets. Challenges because of bad management under the now suspended CEO Collins Letsoalo resulted in, and I quote, huge sums of money, public money, it must be emphasized, are lost, close the quote. And this is according to Judge Jan Swanepoel of the Gauteng High Court. The RAF's mismanagement must be cleaned up and its systems simplified and improved. Lastly, between the 1st of January and the 31st of December 2023, 12,986 people lost their lives in motor vehicle accidents on our roads. These fatalities include those people killed in collisions with stray animals. The total cost to the economy was 205 billion rand. In order to assist the department in its campaign against road accidents and fatalities on our roads, I can announce today that I will soon introduce a private members bill here in the National Council of Provinces on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that will surely reduce the accident and death toll on our roads. Further details in this regard will be released in due course. Chairperson, this department has the potential to be the engine room of job creation and economic growth. When competent and committed builders work together, transformation is possible. When honest and reliable builders build together, change is possible. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Wirtz. Honourable members, now for the debate sweep, we move on to the Honourable Molokome from the African National Congress. Honourable Molokome, 15 minutes you have.
Don't do that. Thank you, House Chair, and good evening to the Minister, Minister Grace, and the Deputy Minister, MECs on the platform, the honorable members in the House and fellow South Africans. A blessed evening to you all. House Chair, I just want to indicate that the report that was presented here by the chairperson of the committee, I think as the members of the committee, we do engage with the department, and every time when we call them, they are in the house to respond to issues that we are raising as the committee. And I think some of the issues that the honorable members were raising here, they have the reply or the answers from the very same department that is presenting the budget here today. The MK Party and the EFF, they are always rejecting budget, and they expect that you as the department, you need to account to the issues that they are raising here. And I don't know, Honorable Makasini, Ali reject a budget, Minister, Otro tšhelete e feng a e tšea kae, lena le rejected this budget. So Honorable House Chair, I want to urge fellow South Africans to really look into all these debates when we are debating in the House and also in the committees, so that they see and hear and know what is it that we are discussing in this House and committee, so that but even NATO or what is going on. So we don't want to come here and grandstand, but we want to be true to our own people. We want to be true to the whole South Africans, so that when the ministers are responding to those issues, you are able to hear and know what is really going on in the House. Honorable Billy, I just want to, you have indicated or touched on the issues, and you have requested the minister to learn from the Home Affairs Minister when coming to these issues. But I just want to remind you that whatever that was discussed here by the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs also, he learned from the 6th Parliament, and he's implementing things that the ANC has already started, because I was part of this Home Affairs Stakeholders Forum. Everything that you are saying here is what we were doing in that Stakeholders Forum. And we have launched many projects that with the President, our Honorable President, to implement those issues. So it's very nice, Honorable Billy, and this is the government of the GNU government. We need to embrace each other well and acknowledge that our own ministers are doing a good job. So I just wanted to remind you that. And Chair, I'm being disturbed on my left, and can you please deal with that? I just want to touch on the issue of the PRASA. As the committee, we had the oversight visit to, here in Western Cape, and we want to appreciate the good job that PRASA is doing, led by you, the minister. And also, we have engaged with the customers or the community around there. I think the oversight visit started in Gugule too, and till in town, if I'm not mistaken. And in our engagement, there were issues that were raised there, but the good part is that they were happy about the services that PRASA is giving them, and also the issue of safety has improved. And in the rails, there's surveillance cameras, and the security part of it has improved, and we appreciate that. And the other issue is that pressure is also it has interest with the issues of youth empowerment, because we have also visited the student accommodation that they are busy building, and the issue of the rates there. As we all know that accommodation is very much expensive in Cape Town, but we were told that they are paying a reasonable rate for that accommodation and is user-friendly, and we are proud that the initiative is really supporting the youth empowerment when coming to that. And we are urging the Western Cape government to also expand this to the disadvantaged communities around here, because we know that there's the likes of Langa and other informal settlements that are around here. When the MEC was here, he had indicated that they have plans to deal with those kind of issues. The African National Congress, Honorable House Chair, acknowledges that the transportation industry plays a vital role in promoting inclusive growth and enhancing the quality of life of South Africans. In addition to combating corruption and guaranteeing effective expenditure, our strategy focuses on expanding infrastructure, boosting public transportation, and moving freight from the road to the rail. The ANC wants to update the road infrastructure, improve rail service for both people and freight, and establish a more economic and effective public transportation system that includes bus and commuter rail services. That is why, as the African National Congress, we support this budget policy vote, as we feel it will assist the development of the industry and the needs of our people in our provinces. I think the MEC has outlined they have outlined their program in various provinces, and they have indicated that they have strategy to deal with this issue of transportation. The Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, through the implementation of its corridor and recovery program and the mobilization of its infrastructure, will continue to concentrate on guaranteeing the medium-term recovery of the commuter rail service. This entails rolling out, repairing and updating its fleet of trade stock, updating rail infrastructure, enhancing signaling and increasing rail passengers traffic, and adding new train sets to priority corridors. Therefore, it is anticipated that over the MTF period, the Metro Rail and administrative support expenditure will account for 50.4 billion of the agency's budget. We also received a report from BRASA, and I've already touched on that issue of BRASA, of which we are encouraging that it continues to do the good job. When coming to the issue of SANRAL, the provinces has indicated the project that they are busy with. As we acknowledge that we have challenges with our roads in various municipalities across all these provinces, and we also need to acknowledge that the disasters have struck in various provinces and also the heavy rains, and we really applaud the department where you are intervening, and we have seen the good job that is done. We know that there the department still needs to do more of dealing with the roads that are not in good state. The SANRAL oversees the national road system, guarantee dependable, efficient, and safe movement of our people and products. And the agency will prioritize performing preventative maintenance in the medium term to maintain and enhance the country's road system. As a result, it intends to construct 19 interchanges, 43 bridges, strengthen and enhance 1,100 kilometers of road, and surface 6,000 kilometers of roads within the MTEF period. And the other issue that I want to touch on is that of the ARTO. And I think also on this issue, House Chair, the issue of the management of the increase of road safety and the law of accident roads is really often important. And I think if ARTO can practice and reduce the issue of the accident on our roads, it will also assist. And we really want to applaud the Limpopo province. Last time in the previous festives, they really had reduced the number of accidents in our roads and other provinces. So, House Chair, I think the Deputy Minister has touched on the issues, most of the issues that the members has raised. And lastly, Chair, I want to speak about the role of SAMSA in our in this department, and also that they should emphasize and put more of their job in doing awarenesses so that people are aware of the road laws, and also they engage more with the communities and support so that we avoid having this breaking of traffic laws, and also the educating the communities about what is expected from SAMSA itself as the agency. As I come to the tail end of my speech, I would like to encourage that we support the budget by the minister as it addresses the issues that we are faced with as the country. Because if we don't support this budget, how is the department going to deal with the issues that we are raising as the committee? So I want to thank the minister for the good job, and the deputy minister and members of the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Molokome. Honourable members, on behalf of the House, I'd now like to invite the Minister to return to the podium in order to bring the debate to a close. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and allow me to start by expressing my condolences to the family, the friends, and the comrades of our late Deputy President. May his soul rest in peace. First of all, let me thank all the honourable members for, I think, by and large, an extremely constructive and useful debate, where everybody has emphasized the significance and importance of transport and mobility for communities and for economic development. Let me also thank our provincial departments and our MECs for the partnerships that we have around road maintenance, road safety, the implementation of ARTO, transformation and formalization of the taxi industry. I think that what we need to do is a lot more to deal with pedestrian fatalities in our road space. We also need to do a lot more preparatory work on making sure that all of our municipalities are ready for ARTO and allaying the fear that ARTO is going to deprive either provinces or municipalities of the revenue that they currently receive from fines. That is definitely not going to happen. I want to say thank you for highlighting the importance of this budget to pay for signaling for PRASA. Because until we have signaling, we're not going to be able to run trains every 15 minutes or every 10 minutes or every 5 minutes during rush hour. So this is a very important expenditure. And honorable members, if we make rail the backbone of the transportation of people and goods, it is definitely safer and cheaper, and it does not in any way mean that there aren't other modes of transport that would need to provide for the last mile, being taxis and, of course, trucks for freight purposes. On the question of money, we agree that in the transport ecosystem as a whole, there can never be enough money for everything that we need to do. We have to start by using the existing money we have much more effectively. We've got to prioritize at provincial and municipal level the roads that we want to maintain. And I think in many instances, we need to prioritize those roads that assist us with economic development and, of course, give us access to key facilities such as schools and hospitals. We need to make sure that where money in the current system is not being used effectively, we have to review those allocations, and if necessary, we do need to reallocate them. We must revisit the taxi recap grant and the money that we're spending for the taxi industry so that we use that money to de-risk the loans that the industry faces for new vehicles so that operators can make a decent living. On the question of the road accident fund, there are two issues that we need to do. The first issue is that myself and the Deputy Minister are seized with the governance issues at the Road Accident Fund, and we will be making announcements in that regard in the near future. Secondly, we do need to reintroduce a bill to the two houses that will introduce a no-fault system and will also introduce a defined schedule of benefits so that the substantial amounts of money that the taxpayer contributes to this fund are well administered, but also fairly distributed amongst those who need them. Let me conclude by saying that those who have an interest in devolution will find that policy in the National Rail Bill that we hope we will be tabling before the end of this year. Thank you very much, honourable members.
Thank you for ending on that very positive note, Minister. And I'd like to thank the Minister, the Deputy Minister, all permanent delegates, MECs, special delegates and SELGA representatives for availing themselves for the sitting today, which is indicative, honourable members, of the length and duration of the sittings that we face for the rest of the month. Honourable delegates, that concludes the business of the day, and the House is therefore adjourned. Good night.
Recording stopped.